and embrace the winds of change. Suddenly, everything is up to me. The pages turn, flashing full of memories. I can see it all too clear. The time has come to face my fear. And there's a fire burning in my heart to shine when all is torn apart. And I will make it through this desert storm, safe and warm. My shield is strong. I'll take my chances here now. Bring on the fight. I'll find a way to win somehow. No tomorrows, no regrets. I'll risk it all for this brand new day.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome back to Wild Arms 3. Thank you all very much for coming to join me again today. I appreciate everybody's presence, and I hope everyone is safe and well. And Floofin, thank you so much for the gift sub to Rick Rolled. All right. Oh. So how is everybody? Oh yes, now you're stuck here, Rick Rolled. Too late to back out now. Ryken, what you might be hearing is the fact that for a couple of days before yesterday, I was doing an experimental format with a very different type of stream, just to see if it was something that people would be interested in, or that would even work in the first place. And I ended up discovering over the course of those couple of experimental streams that they were pretty hard on my voice. So if I sound a little bit hoarse, that's probably why, but I'm fine. I went back to Wild Arms 3 yesterday, and I'm streaming this again today because these sorts of streams seem to end up involving a little bit less strain on my voice, so this will give me a chance to recover a bit, I hope. But no need to worry. Oh, congrats on the vaccine, Artista! And hello, Nix! So, if I remember correctly... Okay, yeah, we had just acquired our third out of 4 pieces of sandcraft equipment. And we are now, thankfully, at the point where the enemies that we run into on the sandcraft are not going to be a tremendous threat to us, although there is still one boss that we have to fight on the sandcraft that, if I remember correctly, and this is another one of those areas where the developers have just done something incredibly, unbelievably unsporting, which is that there's a boss that you fight on the sandcraft, which I think might be an optional boss, but it drops something for a quest that we're going to need to complete, where the boss has an attack that just instantly destroys your sandcraft, and there's no protection against it. Hello, Decoy. I hope the remainder of today gets better for you. I imagine you're talking about Miura. Yeah, I thought so, Decoy. Yeah, Raiken, as long as you kill the boss quickly enough, I believe it only uses that attack if the battle reaches a certain number of turns past. But that's why it's essential to have an upgraded Sandcraft, because if you don't, it ends up being really difficult to deal enough damage to that boss to kill it before the battle reaches the turn limit for it to use that attack. So it was essential for us to make sure that we had at least the 3 pieces of ultimate equipment for the Sandcraft other than the Harpoon. Because the Harpoon is the least important piece of equipment, although upgrading it does still provide some benefits, and I'm kind of torn on whether I want to go farm the remaining 40 dragon fossils for it. Oh yeah, if you go in with no upgrades, it's suicide, Raiken. Echo Drop, among other things, it gives you an X-File key, which is one of the items that you need in order to be able to access some, like, extra secret content. And I believe it also gives you a very useful piece of equipment for your guardians, if memory serves, and that's really what I want out of it. Well, I mean, people seem on board with me going to get those dragon fossils now. I don't think it should take too long. It'll be the last piece of Sandcraft equipment, and then I don't think there's any other use for dragon fossils. I don't think we'll have to farm for them again after that. Oh, alright, Raiken, were you here yesterday when we did the first 3 pieces of Sandcraft armor? You were, okay, because if that's the case, then you've already seen the optimal method for farming dragon fossils, and I think I explained it to somebody toward the end of the stream yesterday. Cloud Circus, I think I explained it to, so if you were there then, you would have heard the explanation, but we could certainly go over it again if you missed anything. Okay, yeah, you did hear it then, Raiken. Excellent. Oh, Izaku Valkyrie Profile is one of my favorite games of all time. Like, top 3. What an absolutely fantastic game. Hello, Lancerval, welcome! Lancerval, I've never heard that expression before, but I assume it's a positive expression? But yes, Valkyrie Profile 2 is a great game as well. I figured as much, Lancer. Thank you for clarifying. Alright, this is a group of 6 enemies, which means it's the ideal group here for getting chances at dragon fossils, so we are going to use Chapapanga. Now, hello Shirosuke, welcome! So, in case I have new viewers here who haven't been present when I explained this before, any enemy that receives a killing blow from Chapapanga is guaranteed to drop an item. It's not guaranteed whether they'll drop their common or rare item, but they're guaranteed to drop something. So if you deal the killing blow with a lucky shot summon, you can basically force drops. And sometimes enemies will drop more than one item. Like here, we got a total of more than 6 items, and there were only 6 enemies in the battle. So at least one of those enemies dropped more than one thing. But it's a crapshoot as to what you're actually going to get. You might get the common drop, which you almost always do. The pinwheel is the common drop here. The mini carrot is the rare drop, and the Gimmel coin, I think, can be dropped by any enemy. And I believe the dragon fossils also are dropped by most normal enemies, and any enemy that basically doesn't have a completely scripted drop table can drop dragon fossils, but the chance to get one is independent per enemy. So the more enemies there are in a battle, the more chances you have to get a dragon fossil, which is why Serpent's Coils is the best place to farm, in the early game anyway, the probably former half or so of the game, because you can run into groups of up to 6 enemies here, which is not possible in any of the other dungeons that are at this point in the game. Yeah, Izaku, basically we're twisting every possible advantage in our favor to maximize the drop rate on dragon fossils. Or at any rate, maybe not to maximize the drop rate, because you can't really do too much about the drop rate itself, but to maximize the chance of getting a dragon fossil. And if we're lucky and we get a smaller group of enemies where they're all together in one group, we can use a single elemental gem with Virginia's Mystic command and hit all of them. And because this particular enemy is weak to all elements and it has extremely low HP, any attack that is not a physical hit will kill it. It's totally immune to guns and physical attacks, but everything else it's weak against. That's correct, Izaku. Yes. Yeah, Steven, we are, but we shouldn't be here too much longer. I figure we might as well get the last piece of Sandcraft equipment out of the way now, so that we don't have to deal with it later on, because we just acquired the Sandcraft, so if we do this now, we will get the absolute most use out of the Sandcraft upgrades, rather than like waiting till the end of the game to upgrade the harpoon and just floating around the seas of sand with a gimpy harpoon. Now here, unfortunately, we still have the 4 enemies, but they're split into 2 separate groups instead of one large group. And I don't know why the developers decided to do this. This is really unnecessarily inconvenient to the player, but here what we can do is we use a Mystic Gem on one group, and then we have Gallows use Extension on the other group. Which is a little bit less convenient, but still manageable. Oh, it's because Dragon Quest did it too, Nyx? That explains a lot. I'm not familiar with Dragon Quest. The only Dragon Quest game I've ever played is Dragon Warrior, which I think was Dragon Quest 1 in Japan. And I never actually beat that game because it was a brutally difficult game, and I was like 7 when I played it. So here we've gotten 2 dragon fossils, which is not a bad return. That's a 50% return on a battle with 4 enemies in it. And here we have a nice convenient 3 enemy group, so once again we can just have Virginia handle it in one turn with Mystic. And the other benefit to using elemental attacks to finish off enemies is, ooh, 2 more dragon fossils. Every time you finish an enemy with an elemental attack, you're guaranteed to get a gem of that element after the battle. And especially early in the game, where there aren't really any good ways of making money, the gems are a really great way to earn some extra Gela, because they sell for 100 Gela each. And by the time all is said and done, I mean, we're looking at 95 fire gems, around 40 or 50 gems of every other element. If I were to turn around and sell these, this would be probably a good 20, 30,000 Gela. However, I'm not going to sell them because I actually want to keep them on hand so that my characters who do not have access to spells of that element can still use spells of that element via items. Well, Artista, I'm of the opinion, from what I understand, and mind you, this is not an educated opinion because I have very limited experience with Dragon Quest, but from what I've watched other people play or stream of the Dragon Quest series, I get the impression that a lot of JRPG tropes originated in Dragon Quest. Hey, Haretsu! Oh, Izaku, I'll show you that during the next battle. Yeah, Decoy, I get the impression pretty nearly every JRPG borrowed from or outright plagiarized Dragon Quest. Because again, we talked about this yesterday, but that's how they do things in Japan. They don't like change, and they don't like being different. So whatever everybody else is doing, whatever the company that started the trend did, everybody basically tries to stay close to that and to avoid making any change that they absolutely don't have to make. Which to me is a shame because it stifles innovation, but... So Izaku, this is the cancel mechanic. And the way that it works is, if you have 25 FP or more, you are allowed to spend 25 FP when a character's turn comes up to basically cancel whatever action you selected for them at the beginning of the turn. And on the spot, you can select a different action for them. So this is useful if you're using a character with a lower speed stat, such as Gallows or Clive, and the enemies got to act first, and the enemy did something like, say you had Gallows use an attack magic, like you had him cast an ice spell, right? And then, in that same turn, an enemy got to act before him, and it damaged your entire party. And all of a sudden, now you don't want Gallows to use an offensive magic, you want Gallows to use a healing spell. So you cancel his action when his turn comes up, and then instead you select a different action for him, and you select the heal spell. So you've canceled his attack spell, and now, right in the middle of battle, on the spot, you get to choose a different action for him. Hey, Sam, welcome! Thank you so much for dropping by. Again, it's so good to see you, Sam. And Izaku, there is an ability that you can give to your Guardians that reduces the cancel cost to 0 FP, which basically gives you free action cancels and lets you use it as much as you want. So that basically makes it so you don't spend any FP doing it, which it gives you a lot more tactical options. Guys, please do yourselves a favor and head on over and follow my friend Sam, also known as Corgi Pasta, She is one of the sweetest and most adorable and huggable and wonderful and friendly and welcoming people I have had the privilege of meeting on Twitch. And right now she is working on her very first time playing through the Souls series. She's on Dark Souls 2 right now. And I know a lot of you are Souls fans out there, so make sure you go follow her and check her out. She's absolutely wonderful. Ah, thank you, Sam. It's always a pleasure to have you. Thank you, Ryken. I appreciate that. Whenever you have a chance to drop by her streams, Ryken, make sure you do, because she's great. She also, in case I forgot to mention this last night, she has the most adorable schnoofy dog named Finn, who I believe is a husky German Shepherd mix. And he is also the co-star of her streams. And you can spend channel points to pat him and give him treats. It's great. Much appreciated, Ryken. So, Izaku, I basically have the free inertia cancel ability. It's called inertia cancel for some reason. Probably just a wonky localization job. But since I have that ability on every character now, I got to cancel Gallo's action without spending any FP. So what I'm going to do here is just have him perform the action that I was going to have him perform before. And I think we have a fair few dragon fossils by now. Yeah, we've got 8. 32 more to go. See, we're not doing too badly. I kind of wish the enemies in this dungeon dropped a little bit more money, because we're barely breaking even on the cost of resting at the inn after every battle, but this is already such an ideal setup for farming in so many other ways that I feel like it would be greedy of me to want more. Other than being able to skip the animation for summoning your guardians, because it does get old after a while. Ah, 2 more dragon fossils. Now we're 25% of the way there, Haretsu. Oh, Izaku, there are a lot of very common use cases for inertia cancel in battles in this game. And again, most of the reason why is because at least 2 of your characters, Jet and Gallows, have really low speed stats. And what that means is that enemies will constantly be able to act first before Gallows or Clive get to act. I think I said Jet or Gallows, I'm sorry. Gallows and Clive are the 2 slowest. Jet is the 3rd slowest, so he's one of the faster characters, but often enemies even get to act before him. Virginia is the fastest, and it's very rare that she does not go first out of every unit in battle. But again, if an enemy does something in battle that you need to adjust for, it really helps to have inertia cancel as a free action, at least on Gallows and Clive, so that you can respond to an enemy's attacks if you need to, rather than always having to predict them. Well, Haretsu, he has the ability to be the fastest. The accelerator command guarantees that he will act at the start of the turn before anyone else, but he has to spend FP in order to use it. Whereas his base speed stat is actually a little bit slower than Virginia's. Virginia has the highest base speed, but Jet has the highest base accuracy. Basically, each character has a dominant stat that they are the best at using in the party. Virginia's is speed, Jet's is accuracy, Clive's is physical attack, and Gallows is magic power. And there are two ways that you can handle that in terms of what guardians you give your allies, because each guardian provides a certain set of stat boosts as well. So you can assign your guardians according to basically doubling down on your character's strengths. So, for example, you could give Virginia the Wind Guardian, which is called Fengalon, that would raise her speed even more. Or you could give Fengalon to Clive, as I've done, because Clive has the lowest speed stat, and having Fengalon increases his speed a little bit, and also gives him a set of spells that allows him to provide buffs that increase speed even further. It does kind of seem that way, Haretsu, but I think the reason they did it is so that there would be a little bit more versatility. Because think about it, if Jet already had the highest speed stat, then the accelerator command would not be as valuable for him. Because you'd never have to use it, since he already has the highest speed. He would act first anyway. So I feel like giving him a combination of super high accuracy and the ability to spend FP to guarantee that he will act first is a little bit more valuable than it would be if he were solely focused on speed. On the other hand, accuracy is not really all that valuable as a stat, because Clive has an FP ability called Lock On that guarantees a 100% hit rate for his next physical attack, as well as double damage. So, Jet actually tends to suffer in terms of how useful he is, even early on in the game, because his dominant stats aren't really suited for dealing damage, and he's not nearly fast enough on his own without the use of Accelerator to be able to function as a healer or a support character, and to be able to use abilities before enemies get to take their actions. So he really kind of falls short in utility, where he doesn't have any AoE heals or AoE attacks. His Accelerator ability isn't really very offense-oriented, but he doesn't have very good support capability either. And his physical and magic power are both very low. And his speed isn't nearly high enough that he gets to act first against really strong enemies. So, his balance is the poorest of anyone in the party. Everybody else has something that makes them unequivocally valuable, but Jet's unfortunately just kind of there. And the situations where you really need Accelerator are very few and far between throughout the game. Well, Decoy, those are mostly the optional boss fights. And yeah, the optional fights in this game are tuned to be impossible unless you either have the correct elemental resistance abilities or status resistance, and or your party has a minimum average level. No, Suboptimal Gamer. That's a great username, by the way. I like that. This is the PS4 port of Wild Arms 3, which I am playing on PS5. On the other hand, Decoy, if you have the elemental resistance abilities that correspond to the attacks used by most super bosses, and in like 3 or 4 cases out of every 5, those are going to be light and dark. Like, if you have the ability to completely nullify light and dark elemental attacks, some of these super bosses in this game go from being impossible to being a total joke. There's one in particular in an area later on that we haven't gotten to yet, where it's a mage enemy, and it has 2 AoE attacks that are light and dark elemental, one each. And if you don't have any protection against them, they do around 1,000 to 1,500 damage to your whole party all at once, which is brutal. Even by the time you get to that point in the game, that's a huge amount of damage. But if you have the ability to block light and dark attacks, there's nothing that boss can do to you. The only other thing it's got to throw at you is a laughably weak single target physical attack. So if you have light and dark ward on your whole party, that boss becomes a complete joke. And we are going to go fight him as soon as we have the opportunity, because I went out of my way to steal enough light and dark rings from the enemies that carry them for our entire party, even at this point in the game, to have access to light and dark ward on everybody. Yeah, Decoy, I don't remember if you were there when we did the Secret Garden quest, but you remember how that boss fight went. Hey, Monotone, welcome! Actually, Monotone, while you're here, there's a fine young lad in chat here who also needs a shout out. Please, for those of you who don't know, my dear friend and moderator, Major Monotone. He is a marine biologist who does science streams and also streams video games as well, and I believe he also is working on Dark Souls 2 at the moment. But more importantly, he was just accepted into a PhD program. Like, officially accepted, full tuition, stipend, you name it. He got it. And he's going to be going all sorts of places, including but not limited to Antarctica, as a result of that acceptance. So, 3 cheers for Major Monotone. Please go check him out, guys. You'll really, really enjoy his streams. He's super chill, super friendly, really smart, unbelievably welcoming, and he's just getting his Twitch channel off the ground, so he deserves every little bit of support. Alright. No worries, Monotone, I got you. Izaku, the first 4 Guardians that you get in Wild Arms 3 appear to be influenced by a combination of Chinese mythology, because each one seems to vaguely represent the Su Ling, and also pop culture, because, yeah, basically we've got, we've got Grudiev, which is the one you just saw, and that one is analogous to, I guess to Seiryu. I guess Grudiev would be Seiryu. Aqua Wisp is Genbu, because that one is a turtle, water elemental turtle. Fiery Rage is Murgalt, that one is Suzaku, the fire elemental phoenix. And then Gale Claw is Byakko, the white tiger. But yeah, the Earth Summon in particular, Grudiev, definitely shows some Godzilla influence. So I guess they didn't want to stay too on point with the Chinese mythology. Yeah, Suboptimal Gamer, it has a couple of things that I wish they'd done differently. Like, it definitely shows some of the really dirty and anti-player game design that was common in JRPGs in the 90s and the aughts. The early aughts especially. This is a PS2 game originally. It definitely still has some of that, but there are also some things that it does really well, and in fact some things it does uniquely that are totally different from what most other JRPGs around that time were doing. Yeah, Monotone, one of the tropes that this game does succumb to is they always seem to want to shoehorn in a mascot character somewhere. And in this game's case, it's that summon. I'm not familiar, Decoy, but I take it they're pretty bad. Ah, there's the battle group we want. Monotone, it isn't just all games, it's JRPGs in particular. Because Japan has this, for whatever reason, I'm not sure where it originates, but they just have this culture-wide fascination with mascot characters. They're everywhere in Japan. And I don't know where that trend originated or when, but it's a huge, huge thing in Japan. Pretty nearly every mom-and-pop grocery store over there has its own little mascot character. They have mascots for cities and towns, for brands, for different types of food or different commercial products. You name it, they've got a mascot for it. Oh, yikes, Decoy. Okay, wow. Yeah, Suboptimal Gamer, I have a similar experience now after having played so many JRPGs over the course of my life that I've gotten to the point now where even when I pick up a new JRPG, all I can see is the tropes, because the tropes are always there. Like, they still just keep going out of their way to use the same tired old devices and in-jokes, and it gets to the point where I pick up the game and that's all I can see of it is the tropes. So I tend to find myself looking for games that don't do that as much. But there are fairly few of those kinds of games coming out of Japan nowadays because they're still making them all basically the same way, or almost all of them. Exactly, Izaku. Like, I really enjoyed Persona 5 Royal. And there are a lot of things about Persona 5 Royal that I think Atlus did very well. They're getting a lot better with quality of life. They're getting a lot better with some of the visual design. They're getting a lot better with lots of different aspects of the game. But the writing? Oh my god. Like, without ever having played Persona 5 Royal, I was pretty much able to predict what the additional plot twists were going to be. And even the first time I played Persona 5, pretty nearly everything that happened was predictable because they don't even give you a chance to wonder what's happening. You know, that's one of the things about JRPGs is they seem to do as much as they can to make sure you always know exactly what's going on, which makes it that much more frustrating when the characters all act like idiots and they're clueless and, oh no, we never could have predicted that the villain was going to do that, even though it was glaringly obvious to the player what's going to happen, right? Like, it hurts the immersion a lot where the main characters are blind and stupid, but it's blatantly obvious to the player what's happening. And I've seen very, very few JRPGs that go out of their way to actually keep the player in the dark in the same way that the character the player is supposed to be able to relate to is being kept in the dark. And I think part of the reason why so many of them don't do that is because even though there are some not that bright people out there, it takes a really special kind of person to be as dumb as a JRPG character on average, or a JRPG protagonist anyway. And the way the writing in most JRPGs is done, it would be impossible to keep players in the dark because you would have to be so stupid to not know what's going on that almost nobody is stupid enough to actually be able to immerse themselves in the protagonist's blindness to what's happening. Yeah, Suboptimal Gamer, that's a good way to put it. And I just get so tired of that kind of writing. Like, I don't know how many times in Persona 5 I'll keep it vague to avoid spoilers, but there's a character whose mother was killed a long time before the events of the game. And when you interact with that character, there are like 7 or 8 different occasions throughout the game where your party members are talking about the villains, and this character chimes in and goes, "Those are the people who killed my mom," on like 8 different occasions, as though they haven't hammered it home enough. Like they somehow think you're going to forget. And it's just this, this repetition of information you already know. And the writing relies so heavily on that. Or they rely on foreshadowing that has the subtlety of a freight train to the face, where they work so hard to act like they're being clever, but it's really just, yeah, we don't want you to be shocked or surprised by anything, so we're going to act like it's a big mystery, but we're really going to make it completely obvious to you what's about to happen. And probably 9 out of every 10 JRPGs I've played have fallen victim to that kind of writing. Hey, Autolakis, welcome! Yes, exactly, Izaku. The number of times that line gets repeated during that one scene. Oh, really, Haretsu? Well, I guess I'm not surprised to hear that they didn't learn their lesson in Strikers. Decoy, it's just a common thing among JRPGs. It's just the way that they're written. Which I think is one of the reasons why guys like Hideo Kojima tend to get so much attention, because Kojima is a little bit unusual among Japanese developers in that his games are many things, but they are not generally all that predictable. Or at least not as predictable as the average JRPG, right? And I mean, they kind of go a little bit too far in the opposite direction, where you sometimes wonder if Kojima had been schnoofing acid the day he wrote that script, but at the very least, they don't fall prey to the standard set of tropes. Well, yes, Decoy, he absolutely does. And that's one of the reasons why I feel like indie games are the only way that the Japanese game industry is ever going to end up doing anything really innovative, or in the extremely unusual edge case where you get a guy like Yoko Taro or Naoki Yoshida of Squaresoft, or Square Enix now. But those guys are the exception rather than the rule. Echo Drop, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm old. And sometimes I forget. Yeah, Suboptimal Gamer, exactly. Wait, no, Monotone. I hate to think that this might be the case, Monotone, but you just put a mental image in my head of me at the age of, like, 85, streaming Bingo Night at the retirement home on Twitch. I mean, I hope it would at least be Dark Souls Bingo or something. You know, Decoy, Yoko Taro said something interesting in one of his interviews a while back, where he basically described how when he was a young programmer and he was at the bottom echelon of the company that he was working at the time, which I think might even still have been Squaresoft or Square Enix. I'm not sure when he joined them exactly, but what I recall him saying in the interview was that when he first signed on and he was a young programmer, he looked at the company heads, like the president, the CEO. He kind of saw them as villains in their evil villain tower. But then, as he got older and he worked his way up the ladder, he started to see himself as the villain, and he decided that he liked being the villain more than he liked being the hero. And I think that goes some way toward explaining why he's not as afraid to be different in the Japanese game market. Because he likes being the villain. He's okay with being the heel. And I have to admit, I respect him for that, because I have to think he's probably taken a lot of criticism from his colleagues for not just buckling down and doing whatever everyone else is doing, and being a good little corporate lead and obeying the rules of society. It wasn't exactly hentai that he asked for, Haretsu. His tweet was basically that he noticed that there were lots of pictures of 2B's butt floating around on the internet, and he thought it would be really convenient if we could all get those pictures together in one place, so that people wouldn't have to go looking for them if they needed them. And so I guess he designated a forum or somewhere that everybody could just post their pictures of 2B's butt. Oh, I'm not familiar with that story, Decoy. Yeah, Yoko Taro is quite a guy. Honestly, we need more people like him in the industry. And we need more people like Naoki Yoshida in the industry as well. Yoshida single-handedly saved Final Fantasy XIV. I think it's entirely fair to say that. Oh, excellent. We have a nice, convenient battle group here. And oddly enough, I think in retrospect, Yoshida probably already or also saved Final Fantasy XI, which is still active. Because the Final Fantasy XI team then started incorporating some of the changes that Yoshida had made in 14. Yeah, Nix, and it apparently is still going strong. And I think a lot of that is, well, a lot, if not all of it, is thanks to Yoshida stepping in and finally being a voice of reason in a high enough position that people had to listen to him. Oh, okay, Decoy, interesting. Okay, Artista, that's a good way to put it, I suppose. Not an awful lot of dragon fossils, I'm disappointed to see. Oh, we're nearly halfway there, though. Oh, that is a missed opportunity, Izaku. I bet he would have made bank on that. I'd have bought one. Izaku, I have a feeling those might get you thrown out of some establishments. Oh, on the inside of the mask would be one thing. Suboptimal Gamer. Yeah, that would be a nice twist. Yes, Adalakis, about 12 times now, since yesterday. No, that's fine, Izaku. Honestly, Suboptimal, I can't believe Yoko Taro didn't think of that himself. Oh, nobleman, in other words, you mean just lingerie. Alright, now we need to go rest because we're out of material count. I suppose not, Suboptimal. Okay, we're nearly halfway. Actually, how are we doing on Gimmel coins? 27. Excellent. So this has been valuable in other ways besides just improving the sandcraft. Because we were running really low on Gimmel coins, which are required to save the game when you're not in a town. I think we were down to like 2 or 3. So this is helpful because we not only now end up with a fully upgraded sandcraft, but we also end up with enough elemental gems probably to last us the entire rest of the game, I hope. And enough Gimmel coins to get us to the point where we'll be able to get there's like a gold Gimmel coin later on that is permanent use. It's not consumable. Adelakis, wouldn't it be a swerve if the end of Game of Thrones is Elden Ring? I'm beginning to think that that might be the plan, is Martin and Miyazaki are just going to troll everyone and say, hey, you want your final season of Game of Thrones? Play this game, idiots. LOL. Hey, you want Elden Ring? Gotcha! Play through the final season of Game of Thrones, idiots. LOL. Yeah, something like that, Ultima. Yeah, that would be a Miyazaki-level troll decoy, for sure. Oh dear, Izaku. I'm disheartened to think that we might actually have a chance of being correct in some of this. Excellent. Nice big enemy group. Decoy, you're not talking about that 3-second clip of a trailer, are you? Or was there another leak recently? Oh, there's been a gameplay leak. Interesting. How did I not hear about that? Oh, okay, Adalakis, that's what I thought. I think we might be thinking of the same thing. Oh, it is content heavy. Okay, then it definitely is not the one I was thinking of. Sounds like I'll have to go have a look. Oh, smirking, Strophheart. That's Maya. She's one of the, kind of villain/anti-heroes. Or, I guess maybe more of a rival character to the protagonist. Oh, okay, thank you, Adalakis. I will take a look at this after the stream. That's an interesting question, Venetia. Grandia and Wild Arms kind of have the same arcadey feel? I don't know, I'm not sure what you mean by arcadey. Because JRPGs and arcade games are two completely different things. And EJ, thank you so much for the resub. Welcome back. Really appreciate that. Hey, EJ, every month counts. Every single one. Don't sell yourself short. Hello, Wayward, welcome! 23. Decoy, I have no interest in playing the Nier games. So, maybe, possibly never? I've watched enough of my friends stream them that I'm pretty sure I'm not interested. I mean, they're clearly really good games, but just not the kind of games that I feel like playing, you know? Oh, Izaku, I hate to say it, but I think that series is dead and buried. I believe, technically, Square Enix should still own the IP, Izaku, but I don't see them ever bringing it back. I would be incredibly surprised if they do. It was bad, Izaku. And I'm pretty sure that's most of what killed the series. Ghost Mutton, we'll all be retired or dead by then. Decoy, I don't think that word means quite what you might have thought it meant. Alright, Decoy, I'm just making sure you know why Automod thought it might have been problematic. Okay. Izaku, if you want to talk about a game that has food puns, this is going to be a really, really, really obscure reference, and I would wager probably 99% of you probably have not heard of this game. But there was an old Game Boy game, like way back in the mid-90s, called Great Greed. And in Great Greed, absolutely every name of every character, every location, everything was a food pun. The name of the kingdom, the names of pretty nearly every enemy in the game. That's correct, EJ. Yes. Let's see, Decoy. Yes, this one. That is, in fact, the one. Yup, that's correct, Izaku. Wayward, they kind of stop being funny when you've used them exhaustively. In game after game. Nah, Venetia, I was never able to play any of the, Blood Omen games. There were a number of reasons for that, but mainly it was related to the fact that my parents were super against any kind of video games just as a matter of principle. Partly because they bought into all of the sensationalist misrepresentation of video games in the mainstream media when I was a kid, back in the United States in the late 80s and early 90s. And also because, partly as a result of that, I never actually had my own game console at home till I was about 12. And even then, my parents were very strict about regulating how much time I spent using it. So I didn't really have all that much opportunity to play games until I was around 16, 17, 18. Well, Decoy, I do now as an adult. Because no one can stop me. But as a kid, and even as a teenager, my opportunities were comparatively limited. They might, Decoy, but I haven't heard of a crazy, unreasonable embargo on Persona 5 Strikers. Mind you, I haven't really kept a close eye on Persona 5 Strikers because I have no intention of playing it, but I would think I would have heard of such an embargo if there were one, and I've not heard of one. Well, no, Atlas USA is very pro-streaming, Decoy. I already talked about that with my experience when I contacted them regarding the embargo on the original Persona 5. Atlas USA is not the problem, and if they were the ones in charge, none of this would be an issue. It's Atlas Japan and their attitude toward content management that is the problem. And it's beginning to seem like even Atlas Japan is finally starting to get it into their heads that it's a waste of time and money to try to police the entire internet for spoilers about their games. Because they seem to have more or less given up on it. Oh, interesting, Izaku. What company sells that? Or did you just find it at a local tea shop? Ooh, 4 dragon fossils. Now that is a rare haul. And we're 10 away. Oh, Strophheart, they're still doing that. That's the entire reason there are so many... Well, it's probably 75% of the reason there are so many issues now with DMCA claims against content creators. Oh, okay, Izaku, good on you. I admire your adventurous spirit there, and I hope that you find a few more among that selection that you like. Yeah, EJ, that's not the first time a developer has done something like that. And every time I see it, I can't help but think how tone-deaf it is. And what a slap in the face it is to that company's community. Well, Strophheart, they're still pretty intrinsically tied together. But I see what you mean. Decoy, it's sad how low that bar is. Oh, Izaku, yeah, the snail method of rolling tea leaves is fascinating to me. But tea produced in that way is pretty difficult to get. Five more. Decoy, I honestly don't think that Capcom was serious about Mega Man 11. They might have done a good job with it, and I'm pretty sure that the team that made it really put in a genuine effort, but I don't think the higher-ups who were in charge of deciding whether or not the series keeps going forward thought enough of it to actually be serious about letting it continue. I mean, Mega Man 11 was a decent game. I did play it, and in fact, I did stream it. Angraminu, now there's a username I haven't seen in a while. How are you doing? I hope all is well. Thank you for coming to join us. How have you been? Yeah, Decoy, exactly. Exactly. So, they never planned on supporting it. And I suspect they probably won't continue to do so. Yeah, Decoy, the fact that they have more faith in that series than Mega Man really tells you where the higher-ups' heads are at. which I dare say is up their own asses. Understandable, Angra. Lots of people are broken up over Miura, and I get it. I've never really interacted with Berserk or its community, but you have my sympathy. Other than that, though, I'm glad you're doing well, Angra. I'm really happy to hear that things are going better for you and you're getting things sorted out and are able to be back in school. Really, EJ? I don't see anything controversial about it. I know, EJ, I was trying my best to give you a sarcastic response, but... no matter how hard I try, I always end up sounding more serious than I intend to be in those situations. Well, EJ, you'd think it'd be a little easier when you can actually hear my voice. It's really hard when all you have to go by is text. But... honestly, Suboptimal, it might partly be that, but I feel a lot less German than the average German considering where and how I was raised. At this point, I'm too German to be American, but too American to be German, so... I'm not entirely sure where that leaves me. I guess I'll just have to move to France. Two more. Black Knight, I prefer the term Amerikraut, but I'll take it. Oh, you either, Suboptimal. If you don't mind my asking, where are you originally from? Oh, okay. You're from Haiti. I see. Then yeah, I can definitely understand the difficulty there. In my case, I was 4 when we made the move. I'm sorry, Suboptimal. I might have had a brain fart there. Remember, I'm old. Forgive me. I am always a little bit less coherent when I'm trying to focus on playing a game and engaging with chat. But point being, oh, Venetia, I just turned 36 a couple weeks ago. But I feel more like 80. Yeah, Decoy, that's why I usually stick to RPG-type games and not platformers. Honestly, on the subject of Mega Man 11, I'm lucky I even made it through that game on stream. And no, Decoy, they shouldn't see it. No one should be subjected to that. I don't know about deeply ingrained, Decoy. I played a lot of the original Mega Man games as a kid, the NES ones. Alright, we've got what we need. Time to go. Actually, why am I going back to Clybourne? We could just as easily use a warp star and go to Basker Village to rest for free. Well, Decoy, in the NES games, there was always a boss that was meant to be defeated with just the regular Buster. Because you had to start somewhere, right? In Mega Man 1, it was Cutman. In Mega Man 2, it was... Who was it in Mega Man 2? It was Metal Man, actually. And then once you got the Metal Blade in Mega Man 2, you could just use that on everybody else. Because it was balanced very stupidly. And then, in Mega Man 3, it was Top Man. Because his attack pattern was super simple. It was like shoot him a couple of times, jump over him, shoot him a couple of times, jump over him. In 4, I want to say it was, Who the heck was it in 4? I don't remember 4, actually. 5, I think it was either, Stone Man or Oh yeah, Toad Man! That's right, Decoy, because if you shot him, you could prevent him from using the, Rain Flush. And then in 6, it was Plant Man, but 6, I think, ended up being the easiest of the original Mega Man games anyway, so there were a few different places you could start in 6. Oh, EJ, there were a lot of webcomics that used Mega Man or Mega Man style sprites. Like those 8-bit sprites where the eye was the most obvious similarity. And hello, Drax, welcome! Yeah, Suboptimal, it was around that time, for sure. Alright, let's go get the last piece of equipment for our Sandcraft, and then it's time... to do what we want, because a pirate is free. There were a lot of big ones, EJ. I think that trend originally started on Newgrounds, or maybe one of the precursor sites to Newgrounds. But it's been around for a long, long time using that style of sprites. Hey, congrats, Drax! Yeah, Decoy, 8-bit theater is probably the single biggest one that I can remember. But there were others as well. And I mean, there were a lot of just individual, independent pixel artists who would do animations using those kinds of sprites. Alright. Let's snag that sweet, sweet soaring falcon. And with that, our Sandcraft is fully upgraded. Oh, actually, and it looks like I miscalculated the additional weight allocation, and apparently everything fits perfectly. We're just at the absolute max capacity. I know, Izaku, I know. It stands for shot. like shot damage. It's the attack power of the weapon. That is definitely a substantial boost in crit rate. And in accuracy, for that matter. So now we have a fully upgraded Sandcraft with all of the ultimate equipment. And I do not think we will have to worry about any of the Sandcraft enemies anymore. Which is a relief, because we're going to be using the Sandcraft a lot from here on out. Well, Echo Drop, I mean, it basically is a tank. It's just sort of a hover tank that hovers on sand, except that the sand is kind of water? Because I don't know. Hey, Riceland, welcome. Good to see you. Echo Drop, I have to imagine that people who spend time at the beach like sand. Alright, so I think now we want to head west, because there's a whole bunch over here. That's east. There's a whole bunch over here that we haven't explored yet, and I would very much like to see... I think there are also a bunch of Millennium puzzles that we can go complete now. The safe way to sail is to stay near the coast, but the adventurous way to sail is to forge ahead into the unknown. Oh, okay. Well, they were clearly expecting that we would end up here pretty soon. Oh, okay. There's the Ark of Destiny. That's where we need to go for the next story event. Path to the next world begins here. Order of the Ark of Destiny. And we got some money. 5,000 Gela. Nice. It is more than a little bit annoying, Echo Drop. This is a vestige of one of the previous Wild Arms games. And this is one of the ideas that the dev team tried, that it was a cool idea on paper, but I feel like they didn't actually test it enough to see how annoying it actually was in practice. And I totally forgot that we had autopilot to bring us back to Jolly Roger. I forgot that was a thing we could do. Riceland, a little of column A, a little of column B. I do hope to get some more progress made on the main story, but there are some things I want to do on the side first. Okay, that's Little Twister. And I'm pretty sure that on at least one of these islands there was a Millennium puzzle. Well, let's see about enemies. Oh, just a kobold. Bah. Actually, we should scan this because it's a very common enemy. It would help to be able to know how much HP they have left. Nice. No, Angra. In this game, Millennium Puzzles are basically like a self-contained... have you ever played Catherine? It's a similar sort of puzzle, except without the climbing. Where, in this case, the objective of the puzzle is to match blocks of 4 different colors together and get them all to disappear without having any blocks left over or without pushing any blocks off the edge of the stage. Hello, Cobra. Welcome. Okay, that's the hidden continent. And what I'm looking for at the moment is... Okay, yeah. Something huge slides towards the sandcraft through the quicksand. And this would be our optional boss. Which we should be able to kill without too much trouble now. This'll be Balal Quo Naga. And this is the bastard that has the attack that can insta-kill your sandcraft. But hopefully we should be able to kill him without him having an opportunity to use it. And we're going to assist piloting on Clive. But now he's going to turn around and hit us. Yeah, see, he does not mess around in terms of the damage he deals. And we're going to defend here. Defending doesn't even really, doesn't really reduce damage all that much. And actually, I think what we're going to do here is... Oh, we will get another turn for the gunner. So we're going to feint and pursue target, which will put us directly behind him in one turn. The miss there was just the flash bomb missing because its effect has already been applied. And we pass turns now. And repair. Hello, Blurger, welcome! Thank you for dropping by. And we pass turns again. And now Clive gets his turn as the gunner. And we unload all our ammo at once. Suck it, Balal Quo Naga. "24 dragon fossils. Freaking amazing. I could have saved myself so much time. I see some of you are impressed by the amount of damage that we just dealt, so let me explain what just happened there, because... Oh, Blurger, don't worry about it. I'm just glad you're streaming again, and I hope you're enjoying it. Have a good lurk, Blurger. Take care. So what happened there is... The Sandcraft battles are balanced a little bit differently than battles on foot or on horseback. Sandcraft is all about the big number. Sandcraft enemies that you fight while you're riding the Sandcraft have tens of thousands of HP. The enemy we just fought, in fact, might even have had more HP than the final boss. However, the Sandcraft itself, because it uses, like, big, gigantic artillery-type weapons rather than small arms, the amount of damage that it's capable of dealing is commensurate with the amount of HP and damage that Sandcraft enemies have. So what happens is that in Sandcraft battles, you don't just fire your Sandcraft cannon into the enemy's face, because that doesn't do the optimal amount of damage. You want to get behind the enemy, first of all, which does more damage and increases your crit rate. And you want to get close to the enemy by dragging it towards you with your harpoon, which also causes the enemy to take more damage and increases your crit rate. So we just unloaded a full magazine of 8 Sandcraft cannon shots into that boss from behind at close range, and they critted because it counts as one attack, and so the crit is applied to all 8 hits, which resulted in a crit of the maximum amount of damage that you can possibly deal in this game. So that's why we just did 1,000,000 damage in one volley. The only problem is, I really wish there were a way that you could use items on the Sandcraft the same as you do when you're on foot or on horseback, because you can't. Like, you can't use any of your consumable items from your inventory while you're fighting on the Sandcraft. And that makes me unhappy, because I really would have liked to use a Gela card or a Lucky card so that everybody could get double experience and double money. But here we are. Well, Amateur, it sort of does, in that your deckmate has the ability to use the repair command, which restores the Sandcraft's HP. But that's all you get. And I feel like that was a missed opportunity. They really should have given us the ability to like, have somebody run out onto the deck of the Sandcraft and use an item, and then run back in. Like, remember the battles on the airship in Final Fantasy X? where you're standing on the deck of the airship and you're fighting like Evray or Sin, and you can issue commands to Sid, who's piloting the airship, and like you can tell him to have the airship move in or back off or fire a missile salvo, but you can still use your regular items because you're standing on the deck of the airship. Something like that would have worked out really nicely here, I feel like. Well, Amateur, it's interesting you say that because there is a system like that already, but it only allows you to load elemental ammo into the Sandcraft's cannon. So you can buy ammo of all 8 elements, but it's only ammo. Like, there aren't indirect items, and you can't use items from your inventory other than the elemental ammo. Well, Cobra, I think in this case, it has to do with the sense of scale that they want to achieve. And I actually agree with the developer's decision in this case. I feel like it does add to the immersion a little bit, because think about it, Cobra. If we're on foot or on horseback, and we're fighting monsters with small arms, right? Because we're basically using small arms. Pistols and shotguns and rifles, or in Jet's case, a fully automatic machine gun. But the amount of damage we would do on foot, right, is perfectly acceptable for fighting the kinds of monsters that we could fight on foot. You know, something human-sized or like maybe elephant-sized. Small arms would be effective up to like elephant size, I feel like, right? But then, if we were to be walking or, you know, floating around in the ocean on the Sandcraft, and now we're running into something the size of, like, the Kraken from Legend, right? We're running into mythological levels of monsters that, in the game, actually, the term that the NPCs use for these monsters that you run into in the Sandcraft is gargantuans. And these are things we're talking like the size of a T-Rex, or like a brontosaurus or a triceratops, or bigger, you know, like prehistoric shark-sized monsters. Well, then small arms aren't really going to be very helpful, and the amount of damage small arms are going to do is going to be useless against an enemy that size. So what they're doing here in order to achieve the sense of scale is, because the Sandcraft is basically armed with I mean, I'm just going to take a wild guess, but we're looking at the bore of probably a fixed artillery emplacement on the Sandcraft main gun here, right? This is not something you're going to be carrying around on a sling. You know, this is not a man-portable weapon that's mounted on the Sandcraft, and even the harpoon, right? We're talking about the kind of harpoon that would have been mounted on a more advanced whaling vessel, where it was a harpoon that was launched with a powder charge. And that is not small arms. That still, in its own way, is ship-mounted artillery. So you would figure that the amount of damage that those things would do would be orders of magnitude higher than the damage from small arms, such as you would carry on foot. And I think the inflated numbers on the Sandcraft are meant to indicate that, yeah, you're not dealing with just your Colt 45 over here. This is a piece of mobile artillery mounted on basically on a ship, you know? So the amount of damage that it does is that much higher than what you would get out of a pistol or a rifle, right? And actually, I really like that design idea. I love the idea that you're getting in separate battles on foot, where the damage you're dealing is like small arms damage in terms of its scale. But when you get in a vehicle, and your vehicle is using like a 7 or 8 inch bore long-range cannon, you know, with high explosive shells, the amount of damage you're doing there is the kind of damage that you would expect from that. Like, you fire that cannon at a monster, and the monster is just vaporized. There's like a 20-foot hole in the monster's face. Yeah, amateur, basically, yes. So, a long road to a short answer, Cobra, but that's basically the answer here. And I'm a big fan of that. Like, I think that this adds a great deal to the immersion because it makes you feel like you're wielding something truly insane in power. Like, it makes you feel like you're using a piece of artillery because it's doing so much more damage than you deal with your guns on foot, right? I'm not sure, Izaku. I haven't played the RE3 remake, but I'm guessing you're probably correct. Well, Hiretsu, not necessarily. I mean, the Final Fantasy games all the way up until FF10... Well, no, technically FF8 because the Eden summon. But casually in FF10, there was a damage limit of 9,999. In FF10, the only two summons, or the only two attacks of any kind that could break that damage limit... in FF8, the only attacks that could break it were Cactar and Eden. And then in FF10, you eventually got the ability to just break the damage limit with your regular attacks and magic, and then it went up to 99,999. Exactly, Izaku. But then, as you would expect, you can't just take your Sandcraft and drive around in it and fight regular enemies. You only use the Sandcraft to fight enemies that are relevant to the Sandcraft, like the gigantic creatures in the ocean where you would need a piece of mobile artillery on your Sandcraft, you know? Cobra, the problem if you scale your damage too low is that you end up with too little variation in how much damage you can deal. Like, let's say we were to scale the battles in this game down so that you were only dealing, in the beginning of the game, between 1 and 3 points of damage, right? Well, that would mean you'd have a problem with balancing, because the enemies would pretty much all have to have around 10 HP in order to be balanced in a way that battles didn't take forever. And it would really limit how much diversity you could have in terms of enemy strength, enemy capabilities. And battles would pretty much all go the same way, right? Where your characters would be dealing 1 or 2 damage to the enemy would have 7 or 8 or 9 HP, and it would just... the battles would be boring. There wouldn't be enough variation. So having a scale where you're doing hundreds or thousands of damage on foot, and then tens of thousands of damage in a vehicle, it gives you enough variation on foot where you can have an enemy that has 300 or 400 HP, but that has some maybe more dangerous attacks, or an enemy that has 12 or 1300 HP that's really tanky, but not all that dangerous. Just as an example, so the lower you scale the damage, the less variation you're able to have in battle, and the less variation there is in battle, the more monotonous and boring it gets. Does that make sense? Exactly, Cobra, exactly, yes. That's precisely it. And at the same time, you ideally would limit the amount of damage that your party could do on foot, which is pretty much the case in Wild Arms 3. So the damage that you can deal with guns and magic is limited to around, I don't know, 7,000 or 8,000 points of damage per attack at the end of the game. if you've really min-maxed your party, you've leveled everyone up to a level 100, which is the max, and you've learned a bunch of different abilities that increase your damage and all of that. So it gives you more variation, but then if you have that scale for battles on foot, and then an order of magnitude above that for battles in vehicles, you get even more variation, right? Because then battles on foot feel like they're scaled relatively realistically, and then you get in your sandcraft, and the main gun on your sandcraft is doing 80 or 90,000 damage per shot. You feel like, yeah, that actually makes sense, because in real life, that is a relatively realistic comparison in the amount of damage that a handgun would do compared to an artillery emplacement, right? So it helps things just feel more realistic and more immersive, you know? Now, Cobra, in a game like Final Fantasy Tactics, for example, where there aren't any battles on vehicles, there's really only one battle system, and it's all on foot, and the relative strength of enemy and allied units is not subject to such a wide variation, then it makes a little bit more sense where you're starting the game doing 10 or 15 or 20 points of damage per attack to your enemies, but then as your characters level, as they level up and they learn new abilities and they get better equipment, you gradually go from doing 15 or 20 damage per swing to doing 50 or 60 damage per swing, and then by the end of the game, you're doing maybe 150 or 200 damage per swing. So the amount of damage there operates on a much tighter scale, but that scale makes sense for the type of combat system the game has, you know? Exactly, Angraminu. And if you want to get a sense for how that works or what it looks like, just watch any of the videos on YouTube where one of the firearms channels goes to a firing range and they rent like a 50 BMG, or they rent a vehicle with a ring-mounted heavy machine gun or a minigun or something, and then they go and fire the minigun at a tree, and like they chop the tree down or set it on fire, right? It's that kind of difference in the case of Wild Arms. What you're talking about, though, Blurger, is games like Disgaea, where you start off doing perfectly ordinary JRPG damage, but then by the end of the game, when you've done all the crazy item world leveling and all of the ridiculous amount of reincarnating your characters and jacking them full of JRPG cocaine, and they're doing literally millions of damage with their attacks, that's purely for the sense of being overpowered. Like, that's to give the player a sense that if you were to use those characters and those abilities on the main game content, you're literally erasing enemies from existence, and you've essentially become gods in terms of the main game canon. But then the Disgaea games give you optional super bosses in the post-game where you need to be that strong, right? So that's a different thing. That's a different sort of game design and game balancing. Anyway, thanks for coming to my TED Talk. The fight with Balal Naga was so fierce that it crushed reefs and altered the very shape of the land. Bits of wood and cloth were scattered among the chunks of broken rock like the aftermath of a great shipwreck. Most of the baggage was smashed to pieces, but a single suitcase floated defiantly. Virginia tried to retrieve the luggage before it sank again beneath the waves of sand. And we got a suitcase. Oh, did they, Morteferu? See, there you go. There's another example, then. Riceland, let me get you a clip, actually, because there was an episode of Mythbusters, the original Mythbusters, where they did exactly that. They got a Humvee from somewhere that had a ring-mounted minigun on it, and they took it out into the Nevada desert, and they fired the minigun at a mesquite tree, and literally they chopped the tree in half with the bullets from the minigun. Let me see if I can find it for you. Here we go. I think this is it. Yes, it is. Okay, Riceland, here. Check it out. Yeah, Suboptimal Gamer, the tree did also catch fire. Yeah, Blurger, sometimes you try something balance-wise and it doesn't work. Well, Riceland, this isn't using weapons on people. This is just a demonstration of what a minigun can do to a mesquite tree. Nobody was harmed in the making of that episode, except a mesquite tree. But if nothing else, Riceland, do check it out just so that you can see what I'm referring to, you know? Well, Angra, right, and there's, of course, the old heavy weapons guy meme, right? It cost $400,000 to fire this gun, you know? But there's a grain of truth to it. Hello, Reinbach. Welcome. I know, Red Angel. It was really unfortunate what happened to him. How are you doing, Reinbach? It's good to see you. Oh, and what have we here? What do I spy with my covert satellite? I mean, my little eye. But the Doctor. Hello and welcome, the Doctor. Good to see you. Guys, the Doctor is a viewer of mine, has been for quite a while, and he just recently started streaming on Twitch himself. And he's working on getting his channel off the ground. He's been playing a lot of Nier lately, and a couple of other games as well. So do check him out. His streams are really chill, and he's doing a really good job for somebody who just got started. You might be able to tell, but he's also a Doctor Who fan. Very good, Reinbach. Ah, congratulations, the Doctor. Excellent. No worries, man. Always glad to help. And I think now we should probably autopilot back to Jolly Roger because we need to hand in this suitcase. Aha! Does this game have a fishing minigame? No, Angraminu, it does not, which is one of the reasons I appreciate it. And I believe now that we've cleared out Balal Konaga's nest, we should be able to access... We should be able to access some new areas. Oh, okay. All right, then. Okay, well, this guy is definitely dangerous. Oh, assist piloting is 24. Great. Sand tentacle, huh? Cobra, this is what I was talking about. These are the kinds of enemies you run into on the Sandcraft. And this is why that heavy artillery is necessary. You would not want to fight this thing on foot or on horseback. You would die. Right, you saw that it did 24,000 damage to our Sandcraft while we were guarding. Mind you, I don't know how you block with a Sandcraft, but... maybe, nobleman. I mean, I don't really tend to think of, blocking with a tank, but I see what you're getting at. I wish our healing were just a little more potent, but... But now we can unload all our ammo, and this idiot's dead. 500,000 damage. No big deal. Garbage experience and money for that amount of trouble, mind you, but... Oof. Okay, maybe we ought to save here. Because that's a strong enemy. We have here. He who seeks dragons may dive into the maw of peril only if he knows what dragons seek. Well, we do know what dragons seek, but I don't think we have the information we need to find the dungeon where the dragon is located. Ah, here we are. Thunder Drakes. These might actually be a problem. So if I remember correctly, the way we deal with these guys is... we have to actually hit them with lightning. I know, it sounds counterintuitive for an enemy called Thunder Drake, but... There we go. Let's see how much damage they do, because... There we are. Question is, how much damage does this deal? Not as much as I thought it would. We might be okay. I was expecting like 1,000 damage. I also meant to cancel that. Now, I'm pretty sure these things have thunder rings that can be stolen from them, and I would like to get my hands on one of those. Yeah, Red Angel, they did. You can't damage them while they're invisible, and I'm pretty sure you have to cast Thunder on them to get rid of their invisibility. Whether or not this will actually help against their attacks, I do not remember. Ah, well, welcome to JRPGs, Cobra, right? Okay, Reflect does not help against that. Or that, apparently. Alright, let's scan one of these guys, because we need to know what we're dealing with here. I want to say wind is what we use on them. We'll know soon enough. So actually, the damage they deal is not horrible. They're definitely a lot stronger than anything else we've fought before, but we can absolutely handle them. Okay, that's actually a lot weaker than I thought. I was expecting them to have several thousand HP, but... Alright. 1,500. And not weak against wind, as I had expected, but... Let's see what we can steal from them. Because I'm pretty sure they carry thunder rings. And if I can put one to sleep, so much the better. It'll be less annoying to deal with it. The only problem is the really long animations of their attacks. The damage isn't even the issue. It's, how long the attacks take makes it inefficient to try to steal from them. But as long as I get one Thunder Ring, there's a way that we can duplicate them later on, which is we take them to the black market and we sell one to the black market, and once we've sold one, the black market will just carry them. And we can buy as many as we want. Bits and pieces of it, and on Maru, yes. Yes, there we go. There's our Thunder Ring. Awesome. Which means now we can just kill him. And on Maru, there are things about Legend of Dragoon that I really like, but it is a painful game to play. Later. And we got our Thunder Ring. So which ones are we missing? We're missing fire... no, we have water. We're missing fire and ice. Earth, wind, water, thunder, light, and... Oh, okay, we're only missing fire and ice. Actually, we could probably just go get those. It's replenished after the battle, Cobra, but in battle, when you run out of ammo, you have to reload. Huh? What have we here? Ambrosia. This, if I remember correctly, permanently increases max HP. Oh no, cures all status ailments and fully restores HP. Well, it's a Soma for one person decoy, but yeah, basically. This, I'm not sure. I think these guys are just weak against magic. Although, if they work the same way as the other version of this enemy in the dungeon that we finished not too long ago, then they should also be weak against a physical attack from Jet via Accelerator. Okay, yep. Yeah, I guess a single target Soma decoy. Oh, see, decoy, it's a multi-target item in the Persona games. Okay, no strengths or weaknesses. Okay, but indeed... it appears as though... it appears as though they have extremely high defense. I guess what it must be is that Accelerator must enable an attack to ignore defense. Well, that sucked. Okay. Well, that wasn't optimal, but it certainly wasn't horrible. Ah, these jerks again. Alright, fine. Well, Decoy, and fair enough that you wouldn't. You normally only get a few of them per game cycle. Okay, Gallows can do that on his own then. Alright. Alright, so I guess there really is nothing we can do here for now. I'm disappointed to see that, but... it's not a surprise. We're not meant to be here till much, much later. Ah, these guys again, huh? Well, this calls for a full carrot. And actually, We'll do that. Not exactly gods, Cobra. They're more like guardian spirits. They're not immortal, as gods are. They can still die. But they are supernatural and essentially magical beings that each have power over a certain either element or a certain aspect of existence, such as time or space. Hey, warrior! Alright, so these things are a lot less dangerous than I thought I remembered them being. Yeah, Decoy, this game really does not want to let you break progression. There are a lot of aspects of progression in Wild Arms 3 that just flat out depend on your party's average level, and if you're not high enough level, you're not getting past that part of the game. You know, you're not clearing that fight. Well, welcome to everybody's dilemma on Twitch, warrior. Do you not have a job that you can do while you have a stream open, warrior? Okay, I guess that wasn't nearly enough to finish the job. But that's fine, because Accelerator can. Well, Cobra, if I had to choose if you were going to twist my arm, I would rather level my enemies and leave nothing left of them but a smoking pile of dust. I mean, that's just my preferred approach. It applies both ways, Cobra. All of the above. Oh, okay, and a potion berry is the common steal from these guys then, so we were really lucky to get a thunder ring from that first one. Arkhamer, if a game can do that well, then it's one thing, but most of the games I've played that tried to do that did not do it well. Final Fantasy VIII comes to mind. Or Final Fantasy Tactics, for that matter. Oh, okay, I need to pay more attention to everyone's health. What do we got? Just a heal berry. Alright, fine. Well, I think it's become pretty clear that there's nothing here. So, we're gonna just use a warp star. We're gonna head back to Midland. Well, Riceland, that's a little over the top, but I guess something like that. Sure, why not? Also, Riceland, what did you think of that video of the minigun? Do you kind of see what I was talking about? Oh, and also, before I forget... And... now that I remember what that spell actually does... okay. Oh, no, that's fine, Riceland. Please, ask away. Go ahead. That's what Twitch chat is for. That's literally why chat is here. And why I'm here. If you have a question, please ask. Alright. Okay. So, in order to turn in that suitcase, we need to go back to Jolly Roger, because it belonged to, I think, the boyfriend of the girl who runs the Sandcraft dock and the arms shop. No, amateur, neither does Decoy. Hey, can I ask you something? Where'd you get that trunk? I see, so we did a SAD and we gave her the suitcase. Now you know why there's no ship here. The ship carrying my dear Mario was sunk by the foul Bowser. Of course, deep down inside, I knew he didn't make it, but I was never certain. But I just couldn't let him go. So I worked on Sandcraft as much as I could. I wanted to avenge him, though I still hoped I would find him out there. But now, I thank you for slaying the beast and returning this to me. As a token of my gratitude, I want to give you one of Mario's things. It's a mushroom that turns you into a giant. There's also this flower that lets you throw fireballs. An odd-looking statue, isn't it? But it doesn't seem sinister to me. I think it looks kind. Well, that settles it. I want you to have it. Oh, that Mario, always bringing the weirdest things home. Turtle shells, strange mushrooms. But it reminds me so much of him. That's why I want you to have it. And we get the Goddess Idol, which gives us the ability... I don't even think we can use this yet, But it gives us the ability to... Maybe we can, but I'd better save before we do, because... I think we need to take this to a statue somewhere. No, it's a statue of a Guardian Lord. The Guardian Lords are sort of like the ultimate Guardians. And we're not supposed to have access to this yet, but... Yeah, we need to take this somewhere to use it. And when we do, it will give us the ability to fight a Guardian Lord, which, when we defeat her, will give us the ability to use her as a Guardian. We'll get her medium, and then we can summon her. And this is actually one of the more useful of the Guardians. This is the summon item for Raftina, the Guardian Lord of Love. And her summon is actually a healing ability. It's kind of like one of the Poundmate summons in Yakuza 7, where it heals you, and if you have enough FP when you summon her, it also revives your whole party, anyone who's dead, and recovers negative statuses. Oh, okay, warrior. Well, that's not bad. Not exactly by Riceland. So the way that gun laws work in terms of ownership in the United States is there are certain federal laws that apply to the whole country. That's things like a ban on assault weapons in 1968. So basically, assault weapons before 1968 are federally legal, and assault weapons after 1968 that were manufactured after that time, after that legislation, are illegal on the federal level. But on the state level, each state can also write their own laws to supplement the federal laws, where some states will be stricter than the federal laws, and some states will just use the bare minimum federal regulations, and sometimes they'll even go out of their way to make it easier for people to acquire or use certain kinds of firearms for certain purposes. There are, for example, in most of the states in the American South, gun laws are more lax because those areas are more conservative, and one of the things that conservatives in America tend to be a proponent of is gun ownership. So the legislatures in those states, being dominated by conservative legislators, they tend to be friendlier toward gun ownership, so guns are easier to get. There are fewer restrictions on what kind of gun you can own, or what sorts of accessories for a gun you can have. Whereas in Connecticut, where I grew up, Connecticut is a more liberal state. It's known as a blue state. And so gun laws there tend to be stricter and more restrictive of what you can own, where and how you can carry it, and in what situations you're allowed to use it. That's just the general overview. The more detailed answer is much, much longer, but basically, it goes state by state. In order to own a gun, no matter what state you live in, there are certain steps you have to take, at minimum. You have to have a permit to carry, which is a little card that looks kind of like a driver's license that, you know, it has the same information on it as a driver's license. It's got your name, your address, it has an issuance number. And there are different kinds of permits for carrying different kinds of firearms. But that, again, it varies state to state what certification you have to get. In red states, sometimes you can just get one license for any type of gun. In Connecticut, where I grew up, you have to get a specific permit to be able to carry handguns, and there's sort of like a lesser permit that you can get to just to own long guns, because long guns aren't as concealable. So long guns are not as strictly regulated, but if you want to be able to buy a pistol or something concealable, you have to get a pistol permit specifically. But then the pistol permit also covers ownership of long guns. So yeah, and as Amateur says, again, there are some states that are much more lax about it, that it's one permit for everything. It's just a one-size-fits-all license. Oh, those are... What you're talking about, Riceland, is... there are two specific types of legislation that usually only exist in more conservative states. The first one is called a castle doctrine. And the castle doctrine basically states that your home is your castle, and with that being the case, you're allowed to defend your home as a king would defend his castle, which legally speaking basically means if somebody breaks into your house, then they are at your mercy and you're allowed to do whatever the hell you want to drive them out. You're allowed to shoot them, you're allowed to bludgeon them with a frying pan, you're allowed to stab them, and there are no restrictions on how you're allowed to do so. There's also what's called a stand your ground, which is what I think you were referring to there, Riceland. And a stand your ground applies to situations when you're outside of your home, such as if you're out in public at the grocery store and you're walking back to your car and somebody pulls a gun on you. The stand your ground gives you the legal right to stay and fight rather than run away. In my former home state of Connecticut, there is no castle doctrine and there is no stand your ground, which means that in Connecticut, the way the law works, if somebody breaks into your house and shoots your dog and starts stealing your stuff, Connecticut law requires that if there is an avenue through which you can reasonably escape, you are legally obligated to flee. You may not stay and fight. You may not defend your home if there's a way for you to escape. And by the same token, if you're out in public, such as, again, in that situation where you're walking back to your car and somebody pulls a knife or a gun on you, if you have any reasonable expectation that you can get away from that person, Connecticut law requires that you run away. And if you stay and fight, and if you end up shooting the attacker because you stayed to fight, and the court determines that you had a way that you could have escaped, then you will be held criminally liable and you will go to jail for shooting the guy who attacked you. So there are arguments for and against castle doctrines and stand your grounds and those kinds of things. The reason they become more controversial in recent years is because the stand your ground in particular has been used as a legal defense in situations where, for example, a white person with a gun shot an unarmed black person, and different situations along those lines where race became a part of the legal battle, and things like that, where it got more complicated in a legal sense. So there's been more of that sort of thing in the news where some states are trying to repeal these things, other states are trying to make them stronger. But that's basically the overall explanation of what those things are, Riceland, and how they work. I'm not going to get into personal opinions on my part about those laws. That's just the kind of crash course and summary of what they are and what they do. Yeah, Riceland, and again, in Europe, where gun ownership is much more restricted, I know this can be a lot to wrap your head around. I understand that. But believe it or not, Riceland, here in Germany, where I live, the self-defense laws are actually extremely lenient. And German self-defense law states that not only are you allowed to defend yourself or your home or your property, but you're also allowed to defend your honor. So in Germany, if somebody attacks your honor, there are circumstances under which you're legally allowed to defend yourself with physical force, potentially. Which I find absolutely astonishing, considering how conservative Germany is in other ways. Yes, defend your honor. I know, it sounds crazy in this day and age. And you are allowed to own guns in Germany, although the process for getting a gun is much more difficult than it is in the United States, and licensing works differently here. I don't want to take too much time to explain this, but there are two videos I'm going to link in chat for you because somebody else already has. And for anybody who's not familiar, the channel I'm going to link is the Slingshot channel, which is run by a guy whom I really like, a really fun dude, and a great guy named Jörg Spreve. And Jörg has done a couple of videos going into a lot of detail on these exact topics. So the first one is the video that he did on German gun laws and gun ownership. And the second one I'm going to link here is the video that he did as a follow-up to that one to answer some of the questions he got on how you're allowed to use guns and other weapons in Germany for self-defense. So go check those videos out if you're interested in more information on that. So, Riceland, it really is different in every part of the world. Every country has their own way of doing it, and even within that country, sometimes individual states will have drastically different laws according to what the political and demographic makeup of those individual states happens to be. Yeah, Riceland, or like the blue laws in New England, because in Connecticut, they still have blue laws. Like, if you go to a grocery store in Connecticut and you're there after 8 p.m., they'll put a curtain over the cooler cases that have beer in them, because blue laws were never repealed. They're still in effect, and you're not allowed to buy alcohol after 8 p.m. in Connecticut. So, yeah, there are a lot of legal relics left all over the world like that, where, you know, they have no practical purpose in 2021, but they're there. So, I hope that answers your question in a broad and at least general way, Riceland. Hopefully I've provided the information you were looking for. Yeah, Anon Maru, it is. Well, Floofin, so does everybody who drinks alcohol. Everyone hates it. Angra, I take it you're referring to British Parliament. England and Wales, okay, gotcha. Ugh. Okay, Riceland, so as to the video of Mythbusters, that's a little bit different. Riceland, a ring-mounted machine gun or a minigun on a vehicle, you need usually a destructive device license for something that's that destructive. There are certain states where owning those kinds of things is illegal. Usually the way that it works when you see a YouTube channel doing it, Riceland, is there are firing ranges that have specific federal level firearms licenses where they're allowed to keep those sorts of things on premises very strictly under lock and key. And they're not allowed to take those things off premises, but people can come onto the premises and basically pay to use those weapons under strict supervision. Now, Adam Savage and Jamie Heineman of the original Mythbusters show, Riceland, both of them, I believe, were certified demolitions experts. So they had demolitions licenses, and they were also provided the budget by the Discovery Channel. Yes, exactly, Cobra. The security there is usually really, really strict. So they were provided the budget by the Discovery Channel to basically rent the truck, the Jeep rather, that had the machine gun from somebody who has a much, much higher level federal certification to be able to own that stuff. Yeah, Riceland, exactly. So the way that a destructive device license works in the United States is for every destructive device that you want to own, and by destructive devices, we're talking like if you own an M79, which is the grenade launcher, the Vietnam War era grenade launcher, and you want to buy some live ammunition for it, you go to your, you have to contact an ATF agent, the Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and you then have to obtain a tax stamp, which costs $3,000 US for every destructive device that you want to acquire. And so if you want to buy some grenades, some 40mm grenades for your M79, assuming you even live in a state where it's legal to own an M79, because it's not legal in every state, you obtain the $3,000 federal tax stamp from the ATF, and then that gives you the right to own one destructive device. But there are very strict laws for being able to store destructive devices. Like, if you're going to store, like, a box of 40mm grenades for an M79, then the law requires that you have a, basically a bunker, like a reinforced bunker, where you store them, and the bunker is required to be able to be locked. It's required to have a certain minimum level of security, and it can basically be a hole in the ground in your backyard that's lined with cement. It just has to meet a minimum set of ATF standards. And that's where you have to store your destructive devices. So for the average person in America, Riceland, it's extremely impractical and prohibitively expensive to own things like an RPG-7 or an AT-4 or any kind of like shoulder-mounted rocket-propelled grenade, because for each round of ammunition, you have to obtain a $3,000 tax stamp from the ATF. It racks up a lot of money really quick. But what you can do instead is you can go to a range that has these things on hand, and you can pay a certain amount of money to basically rent them and fire them at the range. So, Riceland, I hope that kind of gives you a better idea of how much more difficult it is to get your hands on a destructive device in America than it is to get your hands on, like, a handgun or a rifle. The Mythbusters would have gone through a very, very stringent process of, first of all, having the Discovery Channel probably pay tens of thousands of dollars to arrange for the use of that vehicle with the minigun, and also they would have had a huge amount of security on premises, and both Adam and Jamie would have had to show certain level of certification. Well, Cobra, it depends. Like, if you're buying RPGs for an RPG-7, the tax stamp, I think, would generally apply per round. Where, I guess if you're buying a case of smaller grenades, like 20mm grenades or something like that, yeah, it might apply to the whole case. It varies, and the law is not necessarily consistent as far as I know on that matter. I guess it differs depending upon the type of ammunition and whether it's considered a single individual device. But that's the basic gist of it, Riceland. So I hope that answers your question as well. Oh, you did Malfested, Alistair. Yeah, battles do go a little bit slowly in this game. Well, Riceland, I myself am a gun owner. So, there is a minimum level of training and education that you have to have in order to own a gun in Germany. And depending upon where you live in America as well. Like, in Connecticut, when I got my Connecticut pistol permit, I had to go through, I think it was like a 30-hour firearms safety and use training course. And then in Germany, it's a different certification and a different level of requirements as well. And then in Connecticut, when you get your pistol permit, one permit is good for an unlimited number of guns. Although if you start buying like 50 guns within a month, then the ATF is going to have some questions for you. But in Germany, the way that it works is it's not a card you get, it's like a paper book. And each book requires you to go through the certification process a separate time, and a single book is only good for 8 guns. Yeah, Cobra, it varies drastically from state to state in the US. Yeah, Amateur, it was that way in Connecticut as well. The pistol permit is a concealed carry certification, and in Connecticut, actually, you're legally required to carry concealed. You're not allowed to open carry in Connecticut because it's regarded as a breach of peace, which is kind of ironic. Well and on, but that's just it, is there are some states, such as Pennsylvania, where you can just walk into a gun show and buy a gun. They'll only ask you for a driver's license. Hello, Chopin, welcome, and Chopin, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I really appreciate that. Chopin says, Balse Brillante. Well, thank you, Chopin, I really appreciate that. Welcome back, Monotone. I hope the apartment hunt was successful, and I hope dinner was good. That's quite possible, Decoy. I don't know what gun laws are like in Norway, but it's entirely possible. Depending on what country, Amateur, and even today, there are countries in the Middle East, Amateur, where carrying a ceremonial dagger, for men anyway, is regarded as a tradition, and they still do it. You are, Riceland? I thought, and I'm not entirely clear on gun laws in the UK, but I thought people in the UK are only allowed to own long guns, like, for hunting. Or is that what you have? Dinner was very good, apartment hunt not so? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Budget is low, we'll have to have a roommate. Oh, will to have a roommate. Honestly, Monotone, I don't blame you for not wanting a roommate. I would offer to move in with you, but it's kind of impractical for me to do that. Probably wise not to, Decoy. Yeah, Jonesy, I've heard different stories on what exactly that tax stamp applies to, whether it's just manufacturing or acquisition. But every resource that I trust, that I've consulted, has led me to believe that it's for acquisition and not just manufacturing. Hello, Zoltan. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Oh, you will have good internet. Well, now I'm tempted, Monotone. But I really don't think you'd enjoy living with me. Oh, you meant that literally, Riceland. I see. Okay. So, anyway, Riceland, I hope that reassures you a little bit. I know America has a reputation as a country full of, like, cowboys who just kick open the doors of the saloon and start shooting. But, I promise you, it's not actually that easy to get your hands on the good stuff. The RPGs and AT4s and all of those kinds of, like, super crazy things. Anyway... Well, Angra, if that's the case, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Alright, now, I'm pretty sure that there are still some Millennium puzzles left for us to solve. And now I'm trying to figure out... how we get back there. Anonmaru, you might be surprised about what random trivia I have bouncing around in this graying head of mine. Actually, I think we wanted to go north here. Or not? Okay, yes. And Anonmaru, I'm sorry, I might not have answered your question before. I did intend to. I had meant to tell you that, yes, this is a good game, and if you're thinking about playing it, you should. Oh, dear God, that was... That one encounter just took 8 off of my encounter gauge. There we go, there's another Millennium puzzle. I knew there was one in here somewhere. Alright, let's see what we've got. Oh, just these guys again. Bah! I'm not familiar, I'm sorry to say, Riceland. Let's see, decoy. Ah, gotcha. All right. I have a feeling, considering what part of the world map we're in right now, this is going to be a tougher puzzle. Okay, yeah, 4 out of 5. I hate to say it, but we might be here a while. Yikes, Floofin, please stay safe. Yeah, Decoy, weirdly, some of the supposedly lower difficulty puzzles have solutions that are really obtuse and a lot less clear than some of the tougher ones. Well, let's see. What are we looking at here? Ah, right. So already we've got a dilemma here where we can't jump down into the center, because if we do, then in order for us to get out, we'd have to push one of those blocks off the edge. So we're going to need to figure out a way to... Yeah, this is a little bit... This is going to be a little bit tricky, but I think we can make it work. I'm pretty sure we have to get rid of this first. And then drag this up here. Oh, whoops, okay. Undead Medic, if you've had Hamburger, Bison is basically Hamburger, but much leaner and with a little bit more flavor. Okay, I didn't see that there was a hole there. Well, that was unsporting. It's good stuff, Medic, but I don't personally find it different enough from regular ground beef to justify how much more expensive it is. So, if I remember correctly, what we're supposed to do here is basically just drag these blocks out one by one. And then match them to the... blocks that are on the outside. And some of these, not all, but some, we can just go in here and start getting rid of. And actually, it might be that... Okay, actually, this will be our last red one. We got a couple more greens in there, that's fine. Now we got a little bit of breathing room. We want to separate these yellows because we've got 3 left. Okay, these are our last 2 greens. That's good. Now we can get blue out of here. And we can get rid of 3 blue blocks at a time by doing this. And then we just have to do the same thing for yellow, and we're good to go. Yeah, weirdly, this ended up being one of the much easier puzzles. Alright, actually... wait a minute, we might have an issue here. Oh, I think we do. Okay, the doctor, good luck! Have a good one, take care! We might not be able to align these. Well, it is, nobleman. I only have to make one basic adjustment to this puzzle in order for us to solve it, which is I should have gotten rid of this outside block on one of the other yellow outside blocks. Because otherwise I could just go in here and okay, I see what we have to do. It is easy, nobleman. It's only, by the time all is said and done, it will only have taken 2 attempts. Ah! Blast it, that's not, however, what I meant to do. Monotone, it's possible, but it should still be under warranty. Did you check the battery, Monotone? Message me after the stream, Monotone. We'll figure it out. Alright, that goes there. Actually, we can get rid of these first, I think. Okay, there goes that. Then we drag this out here. Okay, and this, we just need to make sure that we save one yellow block on the interior to deal with the one out here. So we want to get rid of red. Yes, nobleman, I know. I just need to... figure out a way to... Okay, I think I see what the tricky bit here is going to be, actually. They position the yellow blocks so that... Oh, wait a minute, and we have one remaining blue block. All right. Okay, so... get rid of this. We get rid of this. And I'm pretty sure what we actually have to do here is, Ah! Blast it! I didn't mean to do that. That's what I hate about the Millennium Puzzles, is if you accidentally walk off the edge, you have to start over. So we might also be able to do it this way. Get that over there. Ah, blast it! I really wish that there were railings around these. Okay. I think we've got this. Okay, we pull that up, we bring this over. Bring this down. We bring this down, I think. Then we bring this down. We can't move any of those blocks on the side, though. So we'd still end up with the same problem. Don't really have a lot of space in here to work with. And we can't get any of the blocks that are out here in there. Huh. I feel like there has to be something we can do with this, but I'm not 100% sure. Maybe there's something else that I'm missing. I think we have to get rid of the 2 yellow blocks without dragging them over to the stuff up top. I think that's the only way we're going to be able to do this. But I think we have to get rid of them at the same time as we get rid of this one, so... Alright, I have a plan. I think I know what to do. We've got to get rid of that green block first. That can go there. This can go here. And this comes down here, but then... This stuff needs to go over to the side. This needs to get ready. So this can go down here. So that can go there. Oh, this is actually going to be a little bit trickier than I thought. I think this is going to involve us having to, we're going to have to make room on the left side for these extra blocks. But no problem, it'll just be a little more tedious. This one goes over here, and now we have enough room to work with. We drag this one over here. That goes out of the way for the moment. Now we can move this one down and left. And this solves the problem of having extra yellow blocks left outside. And there goes that. There goes this. The rest of this pretty much solves itself, really. Because there go all the yellow blocks. Then there's an even number of green blocks left, so that's easy enough to solve. And the rest of these are simple enough to solve as well. Because we just drag this down here. No problem, Decoy. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Take care. And then here we just do basically the same thing, where we drag this one out. And then we kitty corner the three of them. Watch me walk off the edge now. No, we're done. I hope we got something worthwhile from this. So actually, it wasn't all that bad. Definitely not quite as hard as one of the earlier ones I had to do. Alright. Oh, a 10-gallon hat. I forget what this does. Let's find out. Raises a chance of acting first in battle by 25%. Okay, that's not bad. Oops. Who has the FP to spare on that, though? Looks like Virginia might. Right, Gallows is going to need his points there. Okay, so he's got initiative. Initiative is 3. Meaning we could actually give that to Jet or Virginia. Oh, but Jet's out of, he's out of spaces. Although I guess we could ditch the Heartleaf, because those are easy to get, and I do know where to get those. And Virginia is also full, huh? Alright, well, let's save that then. Until we have more Guardians, because basically we need more Guardians. We don't have enough room for equipment. We are, however, going to save, because I do not fancy doing that puzzle again. Alright, and I guess we just keep working our way along the coast. Oh, a giant kobold. Amazing. Oh, good. Cool. I love how he's just kind of doing his own thing. He's like, oh, I'm just wandering around the sand, minding my own business. I didn't want to hurt nobody. But then this hovercraft showed up and started shooting at me. Oh, I wish that hadn't happened. Hello, Chaos Star. Welcome. This is not Capcom, this is Sony. Sony was the publisher, but it was developed by Mediavision. Yeah, he does look like he's just out for a stroll, Monotone. And our harpoon fell off. Yeah, the enemies here hurt quite a lot. Although, actually, I wonder, what if we were to just unload everything on him all at once? What would happen? Oh, we would just kill him. Okay. Noted. Oh, and it's him again. And now we can repair. And actually, I guess, now that we know we can get away with this, we can just let go with the artillery. Because apparently he can't survive it. And those we're going to have to destroy in a different way with another vehicle. What have we here, though? Ah, an unexplored continent. Village of Dragon Lore, Northeastern Heights. Cradle of the Metal Gods, Western Heights. What do we got? Barnago? I don't remember this enemy at all. But let's play it safe and see what we get. We'll give it an old scan. And Clive can just guard. It might be KR. Oh, okay. So they're not that tough then. I have to think that the name of this move is mistranslated because what the hell is a caloric sphere? Oh, 304 HP? Okay, they're not tough at all. Weakness, ice. Okay. And their physical attacks are nothing. Alright, let's see what we can get from him. I know, Malfested Alistair, I am astonished that the devs gave you no way of fleeing from battle. That they just somehow didn't feel like that was necessary. I don't know, I find that unbelievable. It's ridiculous. It sounds like it should be Darkseid, I know, right? Well, let's see if we get anything good by stealing from them. Well, that's typical. Honestly, I don't think it even matters for us to try to spam sleep on them, because... they don't seem dangerous at all. Well, sure, nobleman, but I mean... Could the dev team or the Loke team not have found any better a name for this attack than Caloric Sphere? Oh god, nobleman. Yeah, I mean, I guess they could have ended up with that, but... Well, it did occur to me that that could be the case, Chaos Star, but that's not a term you use for breathing fire. So my guess is somebody on the dev team, or possibly somebody on the localization team, looked up the definition of calorie. Like they were looking through a thesaurus or something, like an English dictionary, looking for a name to give this attack, and they just picked that because it vaguely had something to do with heat. Even though in the English language, that's not a word that you would ever use to describe fire in this situation. It's kind of like how in Final Fantasy IV, the English localization ended up with "You Spoony Bard." Oh, yeah, Alistair, you kind of have to. Everybody does. I actually... The very first full carrot I acquired at the earliest point in the game, I brought to the secret garden and cultivated. I've now maxed everything out at the garden except for mega berries, which I have yet to acquire one. That's not the point, Blurger. It checks out in that context. The definition was technically correct, but it was chosen by a... I believe it was an intern who was not a native speaker of English or something like that, and who had just been hired to the localization team. And she picked it out of a dictionary, completely oblivious to the fact that it's not a word anybody uses anymore. It's been obsolete for a couple hundred years. So it has almost the same problem. That's like somebody walking up to you at work, Blurger, and unironically using a word like forthwith in a sentence. Or like using Shakespearean English or something. Yes, she was under Ted Woolsey's supervision, warrior. Wow, English. Yes, the Malice Man, we are. I mean, wouldn't you? Oh, okay, excellent. We got a fire ring. Perfect. I'm actually really glad we did that then, because now we can get rid of them. Because I only need one fire ring. And we didn't have one before, so this now gives us access to everything, except I believe we have yet to acquire an ice ring. But now we have 7 out of the 8 elements. Now, you see how crappy that summon is? It just misses all the time. Watch us get another one now from the treasure chest. Oh man, I knew it. Now, I don't think we can actually... Oh? Oh, yes, a migrant seal. Excellent. We can always use more of those. I was going to say, though, I don't believe we actually can locate the town that's here. Which is vexing, because it's a really handy town. Well, rip these poor dinosaurs. Okay, well, there's nothing more we can do here, then. Although it was worth it for the migrant seal. What about over here? Huh? Seekers of relics from the ancient world head northeast to meet others just like you. Northeast, huh? I'm still pretty sure we can't locate that town yet, but... Oh, these things again? Ah. These things are such a pain. Oh, you know what, though? GG, Jet. Yikes. That would have taken too long. Oh, did that just do nothing? Alright, cool. Ooh, what do we have here? Ah, just a heal berry, huh? Huh? Ooh, that would be a Millennium Puzzle. Are you kidding me? We can't get up there. Bloody... We need another vehicle to get up there. Alright. I'm pretty sure the village is over here, but I'm pretty sure we cannot locate it. Oh, good. Oh, great! Defend. And that's why we defend. We just keep defending until the others arrive. And this is why these guys are a pain, because they have an AoE multi-buff. And they're just a huge hassle to kill. Fortunately, though, we have Status Guard, which nullifies all negative statuses as long as we're guarding. So Gallows can hold out on his own pretty well. I believe it nullifies instant death attacks, too, so... I forget what exactly we're dealing with here, but... So, here is a use case for inertia cancels. We've just had Clive get stuck with misery, and now I want to cure it. If I could remember what item it is that cures it. Peppy Acorn. Okay. 790 HP, weak to lightning. And they're just going to keep spamming Great Booster, probably. Good riddance, jeez. Well, that was a pain. What have we here? A tiny flower. Cool. Except kinda not. I think it was supposed to be down here. Yeah, which means... we cannot access the town. I believe this was Laxus land that's over here. So on we go, I suppose. Okay, and that's deliberately intended to keep us out of here. Fornius, huh? Hello, Odessa! Welcome! Alright, we are good to go. And now, we dump all our ammo. Sorry, Fornius. Oh, it's him again. Actually, I wonder... I wonder if we could get away with just letting him have it right out of the gate. We sure can! Oh, that's fantastic, Odessa. That's a pizzeria you should eat at more. I was gonna say multiple times, but, you know, same difference. Okay, so that puts us back here. Oh, and this is just... Alright. Ah, what do we have here? I didn't want to, Monotone. It attacked us first. Oh, wow. Yeah, somebody was really sleeping on the job here. This enemy is just called a dinosaur? G freaking G, Media Vision Lope team. The designs maybe, Monotone. The names... Well, not so much. Okay, so I guess the inland ocean isn't really... Oh, another one of these guys. Ha! Way to whiff, loser. Well enough, thank you, Odessa. How about yourself? There he goes. Right. Let's activate the autopilot, head back to Jolly Roger. Mario always brings back strange-looking gifts that wind up being rightly useful. I'd be happy if you got some use out of that statue, then I feel like I could laugh like I used to. Yeah, you know what? Clive needs an upgrade. I don't think there's anything we really need to sell here, but... Okay, that's the same dialogue as before. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Odessa, but good on you for saving him. Best of luck. I really hope that works out okay. And Odessa, don't worry about it. As a medical professional myself in some capacity, I can tell you for a fact that it is always better to do CPR than to not do CPR. Because if you don't do CPR, then the person is probably just going to die. If you do CPR, then even if they end up with broken ribs or some lasting after effect, almost always it will be better than just leaving them there to die. So you did the right thing, and you should not feel badly or guilty. In fact, you should feel very proud because you had the presence of mind to do what you were supposed to do in that situation. So try to take heart, okay? You took the correct action, and whatever the result is will be a lot better than it would have if you had taken no action at all. Okay, Riceland, good night. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. Rest well. We'll catch you next time. Alright, nobody here has anything new, I guess. I know, Odessa, but once he regains consciousness and you get the chance to talk to him, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I have not, Cobra. I actually have no interest in playing any of the Nier games. Alright, let's see where else we can go. We haven't been this direction yet. I never played Drakengard either, Cobra. I've just never had any interest in those games. Where the heck? Oh, I think I have some idea where we are. And I think we've explored this already. Yeah, we have. Okay, so... So, I think actually here we want to go north. And then I think we can follow the coast. Yeah, okay. The question is, can we get through these islands? And actually, it looks like we can. Yes, okay, because this is where the sand canal is. And this, I believe, is Sunset Peak. Which, unfortunately, we cannot access yet. Oh, well, maybe it's fortunate, because Sunset Peak is no joke. That has some of the strongest enemies anywhere in the game. And we would have no chance of fighting them. Welcome back, Izaku! Northeast lies a crater opened by a gift from the... Okay, right. So they're talking about that mountain up there. Now that we don't have to worry so much about the enemies around here being a pain... I think we're a little safer to explore this area. Because I'm pretty sure there's another Millennium Puzzle over here. Oh, and there's a grab bag. Oh, a big grab bag. Even better. Alright, who is furthest behind? 10,000, 9,000, 13,000, and 7,000. Okay, so Jet needs that. Not exactly, Cobra. The migrant seals reduce how much of your encounter gauge it takes to cancel a random encounter. Okay, so we can't go any further here because there are terrain differences. Oh, good luck, Izaku! If you happen to have an opportunity, please take some pictures. But now it's costing a little bit more. Huh? Oh, another sign. All gems are little shards of energy, even the ones that fill dungeons and the ones that burst in combat. Thanks, Alan Smithy. I don't know what we would do without you. Ooh, and another migrant seal! Awesome! So basically, Cobra, the migrant seals make it easier to avoid battles. And they let you avoid more battles than you would have if you had fewer migrant seals. Remnant? Okay. Let's see if they have anything good. Oh, great, and they have a paralysis attack. Alright, well, they just became our priority target, then. So, Izaku, this is a use case, again, for, inertia cancel. And actually, let's just try a light gem, because I was going to scan them, but... Wow! That is a substantially stronger crit than the previous one. Oh, okay, they're fairly weak at least. Alright then, let's see... What's over here? Ooh, another grab bag. And that once again can go to Jet for the same reason. Part of me really wishes we could get down there, but there's no way we'd survive. And there's a Millennium Puzzle. I knew there was one over here. Oh, I'm not a professional medic, Odessa. I am an occupational therapy assistant. And the certification for that requires the same basic medical training that you would get as, for example, an EMT, or some of the same training. The way that they did it in Persona 5 was, well implemented, Cobra, yes. No, Ultralex, it's not. Okay, so this actually... I think I remember this being a pretty fun one. This one is actually pretty clever. If I remember correctly... That goes there. Then this goes here. And then this goes here. Okay, maybe not. Let's try that again. Memory fails me here. Okay, actually... I'm pretty sure... Yep, that's about right. And this one goes here. Oh, Ultralex, this is, the idea is to match all of the blocks of the same color and get them all to disappear without having any left over and without throwing any off the edge. And when you put them next to each other, any blocks of the same color that are connected as a result of the move that you made will disappear. So, for example, there we go. I'm amazed they gave us such an easy puzzle in such an advanced part of the world. What was the actual difficulty rating on this puzzle? 4 out of 5? No. Come on. Ooh, and an Arctic Blade. I think that's counterattack. It is counterattack. So Clive already has that. The next character with the highest attack power after Clive, I think, is Jet. Let's double check. 131, 275, 156, and 205. Okay, it is Jet. So Jet would be the next candidate for counterattack. No, Monotone, you say that, but you haven't seen me fumble around with some of the puzzles that had ratings of 1 or 2 stars. Oh, the character art in this game is great, Cobra. We can even bring it to the foreground so that you can see it a little better. I don't know the artist's name off the top of my head, Chaos Star. One detail that I do notice that's inconsistent is, in battle, the magazine on Clive's rifle is green, whereas here it's the color that it should be, which is like a metal gray. And then there's Gallows. I feel like whoever did this art didn't really have a good concept of Native American lips. Yeah, KR, I've heard many times already. And then, of course, Jet. Basically Chaos Star. Yeah, they had to get a ninja in here somewhere. And there we are. You mean as far as guides, Odessa, or just games that I've had anything to do with? Guides? Dark Souls 1, 2, Bloodborne, Bloodborne Old Hunters, Horizon Zero Dawn. One or two projects that ended up getting cancelled or just got left hanging in limbo and never came out. Oh, yeah, I guess he is kind of Maximilian bait, KR. That's true. Alright, well, now that we know what these guys are all about... Actually, we should do this the other way around. We should... Nice, good old Defender plus Status Guard. And a whiff on Gallows, excellent. And another Status Guard. And Defender saves us again. And a nice counterattack from Clive. Later. Oh, the same enemy group again. You know what? I think this time we are going to use light gems on them because... I want to get rid of the little guys first. Since they're probably the bigger threat here. Ah, that's not great. They're not strong enemies, but they are very tanky. Like, weirdly tanky for how little damage they do. Oh, Odessa, if you're talking to me, you're probably thinking of Fallout 4. But yes, I'm glad that you can make it at least now, and I really appreciate your stopping in. And I'm sorry that the streams aren't always at the most convenient time of day. I, for my part, am forever struggling with not being able to stay on a consistent sleep schedule, so... It's always a battle. Alright. Actually, I probably ought to save before we go any further, because I don't know what enemies are around here, or I don't remember. Oh, just these things? Alright, well that's fine then. There we go. That's not so bad. I'm pretty sure there was supposed to be something in this forest, but I don't think we have the information we need to find it. There we go. Hang in there, Cobra. It's going to be just fine. Once it's all signed for, you'll be able to move in and relax and not have to worry about it anymore. I think we can just finish him off with physical attacks now. Yep. Okay, I guess there's no point in us being here right now, then. Well, that wasn't very nice. Okay, and then that brings us back here. We apparently have not, however, explored the coast. Oh, but it looks like we can't get through there. Alright. Guess there's no more need for strategy on the Sandcraft. Where did this put us? Okay. Okay, we're right near Basker Colony. I see. Alright, let's rest then. Oh, and I totally forgot. We have to go back and check the garden. Oh, I'm just noticing. Bone, are you still here? Job Bone? It looks like I missed a donation from you earlier. I'm really sorry about that. If you're still here, please speak up. It looks like I missed a $10 donation from Job Bone, where he said... K. Kona. Okay. The legends portray demons as unnatural beings and invaders, so Shane dreamt of a blue menace. It must be an omen of destruction and terror as the demons return to Filgaia. The ancient legends say that demons came from another realm, soaring through the skies on the wings of dragons bearing bodies of iron and steel. The ancient people of El fought valiantly against the overwhelming might of the invaders in the name of Filgaia. In ages past, fierce battles raged between Guardian and Demon. Countless lives were lost in the incessant carnage. The fighting brought injury upon the planet itself, inflicting terrible erosion to its very core. Our world faced the specter of extinction from the wounds of war, and that is how it became what it is today. Your hair bugs me. How do you keep it that way? Shane told me the more you pull it, the faster it grows. Wow. You used to laugh at us for calling myself we. But we believe that we can bring back life to our world, if we all work together. Oh, alright. There is more to worshipping the Guardians than simply receiving and relying on their blessings. At times we must help them, too. We share our lives with them. We believe that that is what the doctrine of Basker means, to practice living in harmony with nature. The Blue Menace still sleeps inside its womb. It is still harmless, but it grows little by little. The Blue Menace in my dreams grows bigger and bigger each day, like a child still inside its mother. Its presence gives me goosebumps, even in the dreams. It must mean that it goes against the very nature of Filgaia. I wish I knew what it meant. You treat me like a mean old man. But to be known as a man of virtue, you must first cultivate your appearance. So please, button up your shirt. Wow, ouch. For mankind to live in harmony with nature, we must not seek to simply dominate through the Guardian's powers. To rob Filgaia of its strength is to rob it of its very identity. Yes, Shane is Gallo's younger brother, nobleman. For now, we're getting by on water from the well, but the water's much lower than it was 10 years ago. You think we're gonna be okay? Guess I'm over the hill. I can't even remember what I was like when I was Lorena's age. Oh, I guess Lorena is Ellen's daughter. Well, guess that means I didn't do anything spectacular back then, but who's keeping track, right? Yeah, interesting, isn't it, that people don't seem to remember anything about their earlier lives in this universe. Shrines were built to amplify the Guardians' powers and bring balance to the world. We continue to worship Guardians because we give thanks to them for being the pillars of strength that sustain the world. Well, a few days ago, all the ladies went and cleaned out the old shed. They found all manner of things like a leaf picker-upper and a well-water bringer-upper. You mean a rake and a bucket? Come to think of it, I remember using some of them gadgets back in my day, but I can't remember for the life of me when we stopped using them. Yes, indeed. How do you not remember a bucket? What would it take to make somebody forget what a bucket is? Vodka? Well, that's one possibility, KR. Alright then. And I guess next we can plant some revived fruits because there really isn't an awful lot left for us to cultivate here. As soon as we get a Mega Berry, that is going to be our next priority, but after that, that'll be pretty much it. Oh, okay, I guess we could go for some tiny flowers, because we're running a little low on those. Probably a good thing for you that you haven't, nobleman. Oh, thank you, Odessa. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me to know that, that I've been successful in doing something other than just sitting here mashing my face against the game. I do try my very best to stay as engaged with chat as I possibly can. It just gets a little bit tricky to do sometimes when, Okay, I think I see. When I'm trying to divide my attention. Well, I appreciate that too, Odessa. I'm glad I've been successful at that. Okay, so here... Okay, that goes to the exterior side of that continent, so we want to continue this way. Ah, and here... is an unexplored beach with access to a continent that we have yet to explore. Dustman? Oh, wow, there are 9 of them. Okay, I wish I'd remembered this place. Let's see what we got. Something like that, Cobra, but it really doesn't matter to me. Because I have no semblance of a sleep schedule anyway. Okay, they poison. And that looks like all they do. So let's see what their deal is. 340 HP. Oh, they must be undead. Because they have the undead set of resistances. Immune to dark, weak to light, resistant to everything else except fire. Okay. Well... something like that, Cobra. We'll be burning them with a Guardian's Light, anyway. Thank you, Odessa. I really appreciate that. I have a feeling this might just be comical levels of overkill here. But hey, I like comical levels of overkill. Yeah, 4,000 damage. And 9 light gems. I guess this would be the place to farm money. If we're going to be doing it by farming gems. Whoa! That cost 11 units of our MTC gauge. Or, our ECN gauge, rather. What are these encounters? Well, that's a little easier. And maybe even a little quicker than summoning. Oh boy, what do we get? Very true, Monotone, very true. Oh, 3 moonstones. These things can't possibly be the only enemy around here. What goes up must come down, ancient wise man. That sounds like a Confucius saying. Ah, okay. Man, all these status guards. Oh, and of course they freaking get Gallows at the very end. Alright, Odessa! Please try to get a little bit of rest. Hang in there, good luck with everything, and... please try to take care of yourself. Boy, we're going to be up to our armpits in light gems and moonstones at this rate. Oh yeah, right. Look at this obvious location. Where there's very clearly something here, but we don't know what it is yet, so somehow it's invisible. Shut up, though. That's magic. Ah! Decarabia, huh? I have a feeling this might be the source of our 11 MTC ECN gauge reduction. Oh, huh. That's a lot weaker than I thought it would be. Oh, okay, I see. It alternates forms. In that case, let's see what we can steal from it. Because I would think that this thing would have something good. I mean, it's a fairly advanced enemy. Oh, come on! Oh, man. I need to disable counterattack. Thanks, Clive. Good night, Odessa. Well... Man, look at Virginia just tanking these like a champ. Oh, and of course he survived. You know what? I don't think it's really all that important. We'll just steal from him another time. Unless he dropped something that ended up in the chest. Nope. Just more light gems and moonstones. We're gonna have 99 of those things. We already almost do. Amazing. Oh, you know what? We have not checked out that island due east. Oh, okay. Or it could just be nothing. What about in here? Is there anything in here? Okay, so this puts us back near... That's Gunner's Heaven. Now, I believe if we go through here... Then we hug the coast to the right. We haven't explored this yet. Where is this? Oh, this is Humphreys Peak. Okay. Oh, Cheville. Oh, okay, we've gotten this dialogue already. Alright, let's take advantage of the free sleep here, and then I guess... I guess we can move on with the story, finally. Alright, Oh, you know what? We should go talk to Uncle Gob. I totally forgot, but he's going to... Now that we've been pretty much at least around the perimeter of every continent on the Sandcraft, I believe he might have a reward for us. Alright. You completed 52% of the map! I wish I wasn't a goblin so I can travel as much as you did. Oh, cover the entire map, something good might just happen. Okay, well... I guess he doesn't have a reward for us until we reach 100%. Okay, so actually we're going to use a warp star. And there are a couple of things I want to check. Have you heard the fairy tale about two giants wielding swords who head out from separate directions to slay the evil serpent? The fairy tale doesn't state where this serpent's lair is, though, but I kind of have an idea where it might be. It's easy if you think about it. Since they're heading to a location from two separate directions, just draw a line of their direction of travel and see where they cross. I think that intersection is where the serpent's lair is. Okay. So how's my horsies treating you? There's different means of travel, but I say nothing beats galloping through the wasteland with the wind running through your hair. A man from Jolly Roger came here to buy a horse one day. He said that if you jump over a crevice north of Jolly Roger, you'll find a small forest. And in that forest, he said you can see flowers blooming, something we haven't seen in years. Oh, hey, Sam, welcome back. I don't know if that's true, but it'd be great if it is. Whenever I look at my old toys, I start feeling warm inside. Takes me back to a special place called home. Anyway, what's up with you? Wow, you got a hold of an ancient red artifact and delivered it to your client, huh? Was it all shiny and sparkly? I wish I could have seen... I mean, we have it. We're still carrying it. It's right here. Alright, next... Hang on. I think it'd be easier to just go this way. Nice, Sam. Very good. This town must have some kind of potential at striking it rich, even for a country boy like me. In fact, that'll be a good way to show off to all those who make fun of me by calling me a bumpkin. I mean, pretty much everyone in this universe is from the country, because they're all Texan. Hey, there she is! My grandmother mentioned this town by a slip of her tongue once. I thought maybe it had something to do with my father's bankruptcy. You want to go to the black market? Forget it. If you have any business with Travis, go through me. People around here are just looking for their next target to scam. This isn't a place for children to come waltzing in, got it? Wow. Yeah, they damn well better not, Sam, for a 20-year-old game. That's the least that I would expect of a halfway civilized developer. But then again, this is a bunch of Japanese suits in a boardroom we're talking about, so... I'm not sure if this helps any, but have you heard the legend of the two giants and the evil serpent? Well, their legend lives on today in the form of statues. One can be found northeast of a farming village called Boot Hill, and the other right by Sand Canal, atop a little island in the dunes. That does actually help. Even a child is capable of throwing mud on a white dress. It's just the same for people's hearts. Making it dirty is easy, but getting the stain out's the hard part. A person may be nice to you now, but expect too much from the heart, and you may just go home crying. There's nothing wrong with being stained by other people. That's just human nature. You just gotta make sure you go to a really good laundromat. Well, that's good, Sam. I just hope it's worth it. My job is to do my job. I'm not taking away anyone else's job. So I have to work in moderation so that no one else gets bored. You understand what I'm saying? Man, this is like the most low-key, lazy sheriff ever. Ah, yeah, that is lucky, Sam. Oh, we still don't have the black market pass. Whether you die by illness or accident, there's really no good way to die. You'll end up being a burden to the people you leave behind either way. The best way to die is to die in the wasteland. That way, your bereaved won't be burdened, and you'll be doing the world a favor by returning to the earth. That's a surprisingly holistic way of looking at it, I guess. Okay, I guess there's nothing in here for now. Well, of course they only use the Japanese market for beta testing, Sam. As far as a Japanese company is concerned, they're the only market that exists. I have a feeling that decision was almost certainly made by Atlas Japan without the input of Atlas USA. Oh. Whoops. There we go. Oh, people actually complained enough about Atlas only using the Japanese market for beta testing that they went back and fixed it, Sam? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, basically, Stark Realm. Okay, we've gotten this dialogue already. Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that at least, Sam. That's encouraging. Alright, I'm pretty sure Martina was supposed to show up here. So let's rest and then we'll leave and come back. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that, Sam, because I was hearing lots of things from different people about how it released with lots of bugs that never got fixed. So I'm glad to hear that it's improved. Well, there's Roykman, but I don't see Martina. The followers of the Ark of Destiny are always full of confidence. Maybe they have a direction in life. Okay, that's the same. Alright, I guess Martina is just not here. Well, good, Sam. I'm glad they're finally starting to actually listen. Well... There we are. Oh yeah, Sam, that's unfortunately typical of Atlas or any Japanese developer, is locking frame rates because they don't believe in, they don't believe in letting people who aren't playing on console have control over that. Or else they just don't know how, because they're only used to developing for console. Yeah, Monotone, they're the ones with the creative vision, and how dare anyone question it, right? Alright, I guess we can't get Martina to move towns. So what we're gonna do instead is... What the heck is my sandcraft? There it is. We're gonna hop the Sandcraft. We're gonna head back to Jolly Roger. Arc of Destiny is southwest. Oh, huh, we were right near here, actually. Alright, I guess it's time to actually advance the story. Also, I believe this is the crashed spaceship that originally brought humanity to this planet. I thought a central office of a religious order would be more... Yes, I'd expected a more courtly and grand temple, but this is as if we're exploring a ruin. I guess nowadays you kind of have to take it to new heights to secure followers. I can see why our faith is on the decline. No wonder they were so generous. They're in the right business. Maybe I should change careers. Then what do you say you team up with this future priest and we make a fortune together? I have some know-how and background about this kind of stuff, you know? Stop it with your nonsense. Let's just hand over the Kazim Fire and complete our mission. No, Monotone. It's... The name of the planet was mistranslated in the English localization, but in the Japanese game, it's called Far Gaia. The implications of which I think should be fairly self-evident. That's probably a good call, Sam. You'll have shorter games to tide you over. I might actually start Nocturne tomorrow, since I totally forgot we're already at that point. Bear with me for just a moment, everyone. Oh, I know, Sam. I know. But I'm considering getting the Digital Deluxe Edition because I would like to be able to access the Maniacs content. Alright, let's see. We've been expecting you. Our founder awaits in the Celestial Chamber. Lamium is a great man. He has opened our eyes to his dream. He's a leader we all look up to. Just keep heading straight from the entrance. Don't worry, you won't get lost. Welcome, you must be tired from your pilgrimage. I was down in the dumps before I started working here. My luck has been on the upswing ever since. Look, I even have a steady job. Oh, okay, we still have to pay for this, I guess. So that's the inn. I'm terribly sorry, but the only members of the Order are allowed into the library. What is with her way of speaking? Important information regarding artifacts are stored here. By the way, do you think I have a funny voice? Everyone tells me I do. I don't understand why. Oh, I'm aware, Sam. I already looked at what comes with it. But I figure if I'm going to stream it, I would probably be well advised to stream the most inclusive version to show everybody what is included in it. I mean, I could stream an inclusive version too, but I'd have to set it to 18+. A job well done! Thanks to you, this arc has taken another step towards the future. A small step, but absolute nonetheless. This guy right here, I dig the uniform, but that yellow ribbon is a little bit emasculating. Here is the reward we agreed upon. Please accept. Woo, money! Thank you very much. We're all glad to be of help. If I may, is this energy crystal really going to prove useful? Of course, but before I explain, you must understand our dogma. It got run over by our karma the other day. Many doctrines of salvation speak of fulfilling one's spirit in order to attain salvation after death. Look at this slightly different character art for him. However, the doctrine of the Arc of Destiny views the pursuit of mundane benefits as supreme, and we work and devote ourselves to it every day. Also, can we just take a moment to appreciate the Pokeball on the radar directly above our characters' heads? No worries, Sam. No worries. I totally understand. There are many who shy away from us, interpreting our goal as merely money-making. To demystify our doctrine, only when peace of mind and tranquility are attained in our everyday lives can spiritual fulfillment be achieved. So it is not about seeking spiritual shelter, but by taking care of your everyday life first and foremost. There are many factors that threaten our everyday lives, but most of it can be blamed on our wasted environment. And we humans are not strong enough to face and accept this harsh environment. I do not possess a gracious disposition as to throw away my will to live. I have found the means from this planet for people to improve their future. That is why I have created a movement putting to use ancient artifacts for the good of today. Applying the technology of these artifacts to improve the lives of people. This is a grand dream that cannot be realized by my powers alone. Fortunately, I have colleagues here who sympathize with my ideology. Each one of us may be only a tiny drop, but as we gather together and are guided in the right direction, we can become a torrent. This is what I firmly believe, and the reason why I lead this movement. Interesting, so that's what the Arc of Destiny's doctrine is all about. Oh yeah, enjoy, Monotone. It's completely different from ours. It's more practical, more down to earth, you know? We share the same basic ideology as Basker. One thing that sets us apart is that we are more like volunteers rather than a monastic order. Which, fair enough. I guess Basker is kind of a more traditional religion rather than a group of volunteers. Could this building really be... Yes, we were able to excavate the immigrant ship from folklore and are using it as a shrine. Just as our forefathers of mankind pioneered the way to this planet, we too are aiming for a new frontier we call the future. We not only view this ship as our shrine, but as a symbolic representation of our materialized will. Frankly, I'm surprised. I thought your explanation would deal with some kind of dream world, but... Oops, I'm sorry. Ah ha ha, sorry, I have no dream. My duty is to fight to attain repose and not to look away from reality, which is ironic given a couple of storyline details that we're going to learn later. Consequently, we have no dream, only harsh reality. Even the management of this order is not cheap. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. No need to worry. Speaking of dreams, however, this will stray from reality, but would you be interested to hear? Sure. The lost technology from the ruins is essential in keeping this order active and operating. We outsource various drifters or conduct our own research to excavate these artifacts. Some of the more substantial discoveries stem from dreams I experience. A dream? That sounds just like my kid brother. Sometimes in my dreams, a girl appears and blesses me with advice. A girl gives you advice? Yes, I do not know who this girl is, though. However, her words are always accurate and true. For example, this Ark of Destiny we use as our shrine was granted by her. I call this girl that guides me in my dreams the Saint. Oh, Stark, that is very much not what this is. Interesting, though, isn't it, that Shane and Lamium both have these kinds of dreams. Both of them are in a position to influence us, as well as to influence lots of other people. And Lamium mentions a girl, and we have seen a mysterious girl wandering around at times who appears to literally materialize and then vanish again. And she also appears to be everywhere. Is something the matter? I am in the middle of speaking to my guests. Well, an unexpected situation has... It is all right. Please continue. I just received a report from survey point number 17, currently being excavated. Apparently someone has broken in, wreaking havoc. The Prophets? The intruders are a group of 3 plus 1 pet. I repeat, a group of 3 and a pet. They're a party of 4. Oh, that's the Schrodingers. The descriptions: a vagarious young woman, a boy with explosives, a stuffed animal-like cat, i.e. a Japanese mascot character, and some random guy with shades and an afro, because we needed one in this game. They're all armed and extremely dangerous. The search group and the excavation group are being evacuated. Security will retreat soon after. This is a terrible situation. According to the Saint, this is where the energy crystals Aguilite and Germatron are located. If they fall into the wrong hands... Are you alright? I think I know exactly who these intruders are. Huh? Are they drifter acquaintances of yours? But we're not associated with them in any way. If it is alright with you, I would like to ask you to stop them. Well, I do feel kinda obligated to. However, we will only accept this as a formal assignment. Rightly so. I'll offer 10,000 Gela for this mission. I believe that's a fair price. I feel really terrible about all this. I, too, was a drifter before I opened my eyes to this dogma. I fully understand your pride and honor as drifters. That is why I think you deserve that amount. However, I do expect you to perform up to its full value. I look forward to seeing what kind of job 10,000 Gela will buy me. That's a lot of pressure, but will Ganbaru super hard. Welcome to the central office of the Ark of Destiny. It's great to see you again. I'm also relieved to hear that you'll be taking on the Point 17 mission. To get to the survey point, head south from the Ark and land on the first beach you see. Once you land, you'll see a bridge, but do not cross it. Just search around that vicinity. No sense keeping our head down. All you see is dry earth, which makes you feel desolate. Instead, look up at the sky. The sky is great. It's nice and blue, you know. You seem very confident. I feel very excited as well. Perhaps my heart still has the same wings you do. Nothing, huh? Corknut, I live in Berlin, so currently CEST. Alright, let's see. Because I'm pretty sure there's some treasure down here. Ooh! Whee! Well, one thing at a time, right? Bah, really? 3 warp stars? That's it? What a bloody waste. I'm in charge of organizing all the excavated artifacts. Everything you see here has been collected by order of Lamium. Alright, yes, one thing at a time. Oh, right, okay, hang on. I'm pretty sure we need those. Ooh, 10 dragon fossils! Man, I shouldn't have done all that farming at the beginning. And the map scope, we do want that. That projects the world map directly onto the retina, which is ridiculous. Because what this thing actually does is it lets you look at the world map without having to open up the map separately as you're traveling. So, a feature that literally every Final Fantasy game has by default, you have to wait till about a third of the way through the game in Wild Arms 3 to be able to get. Oh, and that we need the jump boots for that. Oh, I remember this! This is actually an optional super boss. What you're supposed to do here is you stand next to this guy, and you have Gallows use the Clamor Dolls, and it attacks you. So, interestingly, you actually get to fight a save point in this game. Oh, interesting, Stark Realm. That's a curious way to go about it. Okay, that also, I think, is, that's Jump Boots territory there. Oh, and this, I believe, is... What is this? This, I think, is Change Crest, which we don't have yet. Alright, I guess that's the best we can do for now. Alright, I think they said head straight to the south. And now... Yeah, see, this is what the map scope does. Which is really just ridiculous that we didn't have access to this. Welcome back, Odessa. I'm sorry to hear you weren't able to sleep. Right, I'm pretty sure it's around here. Yes, indeed. I thought it'd be a lot more hectic around here, but it's pretty quiet. The workers must have evacuated before we arrived. That's perfectly fine with me. I won't have to hold back. I'm not really up for seeing her, but it's a job we took on. We have to stop Maya. We can't let her get the Augolite and Germatron energy crystals. Honestly, it's probably much better to let Maya get them than to let the Prophets get them. Oh, come on. Ugh. Ooh! Nice, a Gela card. Very good. Well, this looks like treasure waiting to happen. Oh god, really? See... I think we can just reset them. Yes, we can. Man... Oh, we can't carry anymore. Oh, okay, Odessa. At least they have an update for you. You've got to be kidding me. You're like a bad rash. Or maybe you're a Schrödinger groupie. No, not at all. What about you? You can't seem to stop getting in our way, can you? You know very well that there's evil lurking behind the scene on Filgaia. You have the power and strength to fight, yet you choose not to fight the enemy. Don't you ever want to fight for the good of the world? We're not supposed to be fighting each other. Fight for the good of the world, huh? Why don't you leave that to a superhero? Sorry, but I'm not interested. I'm only interested in gems. One of these days I'll find a gem so big I won't be able to carry it. Not a word. I'm only interested in collecting gems, and that's that. You can't convince me otherwise. Now that you know, if you still want to meddle in our affairs, feel free to hunt us down. And somehow, if you're able to bring us down, maybe, just maybe, I might lend an ear to what you have to say. Look at her. She's Just so hardcore about everything. So we can't talk it over like mature adults. We have to fight her, huh? Yeah, Maya does have a bit of an immature streak to her. Alright, Monotone, good night. Take care. You and I will catch up tomorrow and we'll talk about your laptop. Sorry, I ended up keeping you up too late tonight. Well, let's see what these guys have. Yeah, go get some rest, Monotone. See, Odessa, just like I told you. You did the right thing, you made the right decision, in the right amount of time. Oh, actually... Wait, weren't there two urchin bugs? Did one run away? Or did I accidentally counterattack one? Hello, Breakfast! Welcome! Oh, Urchin Bug doesn't have anything. I'm really surprised to hear that. Oh, no problem, Raiken. Don't let me keep you up too late. Weakness, wind, and ice. Okay. So that's just a trash mob. And what about these? Well, I guess we're not stealing from him. .420 HP, weak to fire, active water? Okay. Hey, Lord Louise, welcome! Okay, this thing does have something. The funny thing about this enemy is that it looks like an enemy that was... Oh, Breakfast, thank you so much for the Tier 2 gift sub to Raiken. I really appreciate that. Welcome to the Ragtime Lounge, Raiken. Well, Odessa, see, I told you it would be better once you had time to sit down and process things and talk to the paramedics. was gonna say, this enemy looks like it was drawn the way a lot of developers draw the enemy, where they create half of the model and then they mirror it on itself. Which is why it doesn't have a distinct pinky or thumb. All of its fingers are basically the same length. Well, there are a lot of palette swaps in this game as well, Nobleman. We've already seen several. I hope it doesn't take much longer. I also hope it's a worthwhile item. Come on. Ryken, that might just be the stream, because I'm not seeing any noticeable slowdown on my end. Oh no, come on! Oh well. I guess it was bound to happen eventually. I'm sorry to hear that, Odessa. Oh, okay. Ah! Alright. Really? Okay, amateur, have a good night. Take care. God, why always Gallows? Oh, okay, stealthy means it runs away. I see. Ah, come on. Of course. Alright. Oh, it's that busy, breakfast? I'm glad it's at least paying properly, though. Well... Goodness sake. Alright, well, we'll just keep trying. Oh, geez, breakfast. Yeah, then that would explain all the extra shifts. Hang in there, man. Don't hesitate to take a day off if you need it for your sanity. Oh boy, this is probably going to take a while. I keep forgetting to unequip counterattack from Clive so that this doesn't happen, but... Yikes, Odessa! Oh, congratulations, Raiken! Moving into your first house, that's always an exciting time. I think Cobra in chat also said that he's going to sign for his new house tomorrow. Well, good luck with that, Breakfast. I hope it does. Well, lucky we didn't get a counterattack there. Understandable, Raiken. Well, I hope you get to stream pretty soon. I suspect you'll really enjoy it. Boy, this guy really does not want to give up his item, does he? Then, of course, he hits Gallows and cancels his turn. Oh, good luck with everything, Raiken. I hope it all comes out with a clean bill of health. Congrats on affiliate, though. Sheesh, what does this guy have that's so valuable? Actually, I say that, but it might just turn out to be a heal berry or something, because the success rate of steel is pretty terrible no matter what. No, nobleman, it's not. It's a regular enemy, but I just want to see what we can steal from it. Because we might be able to get something that's really valuable. Yikes, Raiken. Well, if you're lucky, it'll turn out to be something that you can solve easily, like maybe your diet. And hopefully that's all it'll be, because that'll be something that you have control over and that you'll be able to adjust immediately and hopefully fix it. Geez, I guess it makes sense that this thing would be pretty tight-fisted about holding on to its item, but come on. I wonder if we could put it to sleep. Of course. That long, Raiken. Well, it'll definitely be good to go check it out. Go get it checked out. I'm sorry, English. And better late than never, I suppose. Wow, Raiken, those sound like pretty incompetent doctors. Hopefully the next one is a little more competent. Never mind actually willing to listen to you. Oh, he woke up. No, Stealth Shikamaru, unfortunately it cannot. And I think... yeah, he's still got the luck buff, but... I'm not even sure the luck buff helps the success rate of Steel. It might not. I mean, logically you'd think it would. Especially considering that I'm pretty sure the regular luck stat does, but... it also seems to be the case that certain enemies have different success rates of Steel from them than others. Like the Vacuumons in that other dungeon that we did a while ago, it seems like you have a 100% chance to steal Warp Stars from them. Because Steel always succeeded against them, but... it could possibly be that this enemy has just an impossible Steel success chance. Well, at least Sleep landed. That's another travesty, is that Sleep doesn't increase the success rate of Steel. Because it should. You should be able to have an easier time stealing from an enemy that's asleep. Welcome back, Dragonab! What do you mean you caught a stream? You were just here the other day. You know, and now that I think of it, I have a vague, dusty memory from back when I played this game as a kid in high school of trying to steal from this exact same enemy in this exact same dungeon for like a couple of hours and still not getting an item from it. So it might be that the developers screwed up and accidentally gave this enemy a 0% success rate for Steel. Or maybe did so on purpose. Because the developers seem to have made a couple of other very mean decisions in that same vein. So we'll try a couple more times, and if we still don't get anything, then we'll keep moving. Once more, and then we'll head out. It would have been more efficient to do this with 2 enemies, but I've decided that that wasn't going to happen. All right. Enough is enough. And this is one of the things that I think are really bad design elements about JRPGs, when a weak trash mob like this is so unreasonably difficult to steal from. Okay. Well, first thing we're going to do is max out everybody's luck. And then... Oh, this is probably a boss. Yep. Even if life can be created without providing memory, it's nothing but a vessel of flesh. Is it impossible to attain memories from the past, even with the wisdom that we so worship? Who goes there? Ah, we got you now, idiot! Ha, so there is no honor among thieves. You're after the Agualite and Germatron, aren't you? How did you know? I'm here to stop people like you from getting the 2 crystals. I bet you're here to extract the combined energy from the Agualite and Germatron, right? It's so obvious. But the thing is, the Agualite and Germatron were brought into this world for me to possess. Now that you understand, leave or else. Damn, I'm outnumbered. Yeah, you're just a little bit outnumbered there, Malik. Come forth, my artificial minions. Artificial? What? You mean you created these creatures? Indeed, the research conducted by the Council of Seven highly surpasses the science of today. Attack my minions, listen to the donkey's orders, and eliminate them. This guy... So this, I think, is a, This is one of those wacky boss fights where there's a gimmick. And the gimmick is... Hound, Feline, Donkey, and Flyer. So, the gimmick is the Donkey is the leader of this team, and if we take him out, they all just fall into complete disarray. Ah, nice. Ah, 2 attack blockers in a row. Jeez. Alright, so what we're going to do now is we are going to Gatling the donkey. There he goes! Ah, blast it. I meant to cancel that action. Whatever. Okay, so none of them have anything. I think most bosses don't, actually. Oh yeah, I'm sure it did, Ghost Mutton. Well... Ha! Amazing. There go your stupid science projects, idiot. Ooh, and we got a bullet clip. I probably should have used a lucky card there, but... Why didn't you help us? You could have fought alongside us, you know. Such a rambunctious lassie. You won, didn't you? All's well that ends well. Yes, but milady, I do not believe that man has given up. Yeah, it ain't gonna be easy standing up against him. Come on, sis. Well, you do have a point there. Okay then, we'll unite for the time being. Maya. But don't take it the wrong way. We're not joining forces for the sake of Phil Gaia or anything like that. You really are persistent. I have no intention of exerting my strength for the sake of others. The only reason I'm joining forces with you is because I don't want the Agualite and the Germatron falling into the hands of that man. That's fine with me. I'm just happy that we'll be working as a team for a change. Ah, Maya. Spoil sport. Alright, next thing we want to do is go to Personal Skill, Clive, Reset, and we will remove Counterattack for the time being. Oh, and actually... It was an easy boss fight, Breakfast. There wasn't much to it. Oh, a heal berry. I probably should be checking these. I didn't even see what I just got. It splits off into two paths, and each path seems to be blocked by its own barricade. I think the candle stand holds the key to making our way across, so I'll take the upper left path. Then I'll take the lower right path. But I just want you to know that I always take the top bunk, so I'm making a sacrifice here. You better not mess up. Maya, you can have the top bunk. I've seen people fall out of top bunks. And I'm not keen on having that experience. Also, it sure is convenient that we decided to work together in a dungeon that has traps that are explicitly designed to be solved by two people working together. Oh, thank you, Breakfast. I'm glad somebody's paying attention. Ah, what do we have here? Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, a lucky card. Okay. Yeah, I definitely don't want to miss that. And actually, did we... Okay. Really? Again? Oh, Jet. Okay. Well... Halved Earth. Fan-freaking-tastic. Oh, and now they're just gonna run away. Oh, actually, they can't hurt Jet because he's got Earth Ward. Breakfast, I have to hand it to you for your cleverness. I probably should have just had him attack. I totally forgot he had Earth Ward. Not that it matters, it looks like most of them ran away. Oh good! Just in time to help handle what's left of the situation, the one remaining enemy. Ah, cool, an Earth Ring. Looks like we'll need to work together again. Actually, I'm a little reluctant. After all, my victories and glory have been won by myself alone. Go through hardship together and share joy together. That's how it goes. Huh, that's something someone who can't accomplish anything on their own would say. If you seriously mean that, then your life is going to be filled with complaints and bitterness. You think so? That wouldn't be good. Goodness sake. All right. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's it then. Oh, more heal berries. Which probably means that... Aha! Oh, jeez. Come on. Oh, okay, cool. Bit of a bug there. Oh, okay, those are all individual enemies, which means... Ah! Okay, which means that we can't... Alright, which means this isn't going to work. Good luck, Odessa, and I'm glad to hear that things worked out okay. You can thank yourself for your quick action. Go try to get some rest. A Gimmel coin. And another lucky card. Okay, it's time to get all chummy. As long as we share the same interest, our bond is as strong as steel. You don't have to sound so sarcastic. You know what? You're an incurable fool. A bond based on nothing will and can be broken without reason in the blink of an eye. But our bond now is bound by a common goal. Although it's just temporary, it's still reliable. Is there any other point in arguing? Well, it's not that hard to understand. You and I are on good terms while we look for the Agwalite and the Germatron. Oh, good. Get a move on, let's go! Hey, what are you doing going off on your own? I thought we were a team that shared a common goal. Tripping me up with my own words? Okay, fine. Go team go. Hooray. Stop dawdling. This is exactly why I didn't want to chum together with you. Make use of your brains and hands. You want to stop him, don't you? What? Oh, okay. Oh, what's going on? What are you, a dimwit? Whether it be a person or a thing, attack anything that gets in our way. What do you... Oh, I can't even touch it. Ah. She's not the biggest fan of teamwork, no. Ah. Ah, no. Urgh. Okay. There we go, that's better. Why do you seek the Agwalite and Germatron when you don't even understand its true value? We are the only ones who can give life to and rejuvenate this dying planet. But denying the life of others for that cause is wrong. We are not denying it, we are expelling it by evolution. Yes, the 7 of us, our dream was to rejuvenate Gaia. To stand by Yggdrasil and to perform creation based on recreation is what remains to be done. Coming through, make way! Wait, where do you think you're going? Well, it sounded like it was going to be a long conversation, so we'll just be on our way. Plus, I'm not interested and don't really understand what you're all talking about. Bye, ta-ta, good luck. I can't stand here and do nothing after being made a fool of. I shall delay my original plans, but that's all right. Once I take care of you here, you will not be able to hinder our plans in the future. Unfortunately, I have other business to take care of, but I have just the right duo to keep you company. Man, all he ever does is summon these stupid minions. Oh, I think I remember this, actually. I believe this is just Humpty and Dumpty. Yup, it sure is. Well... let's see what we're dealing with here, and whether it might or might not be worth using Gela cards on them. Oh no, not an AoE Dark Attack! You see what I mean? $1,600 Gela, 1,500 experience. Well, that's probably par for the course then. We'll just use one of these. And what about Dumpty? A little bit breakfast, I suppose, yeah. Okay, so these guys are not worth using Gela cards on. But that's fine. Because we're gonna crack them no matter what. Later. So I guess all he's going to do is just spam elemental attacks. Wow, breakfast. I mean, it's available on PSN on the PS3. For what that's worth. Frankly, I'm surprised that the fact that it is available on the PS3 PSN store has not brought the price down elsewhere. No, Raiken, from what I understand, that decision was reversed because enough people yelled at the CEO of Sony that he caved. I do too, Raiken. I do too, believe me. Alright, this ought to finish him. There we go. And before anything else... Ah. Huh. Not bad. But not what I was looking for. There we go, that's better. Alright, now let's see if we can't get this to work a little bit better now that, Now that we've got a couple of these guys that we can try to steal from simultaneously. And that everyone's luck is maxed. Breakfast, I imagine if they were going to do that, they would give the Flame Hyanard a better voice actor and more voice lines than just those two. Oh, Breakfast, I see. You just want everything to be new, but still bad. Oh, okay, a potion berry. Well, that's probably the common steel, but I don't think I want to stick around for the rare one. Hey, Tramer, welcome! Oh, I don't know which one I stole from. Oh, I think that was Captor A. Okay, Captor A still has an item. Maybe Breakfast, but a very, very niche appeal, right? I mean... I don't think that appeal is enough to justify Capcom re-releasing those games with, for example, the original voice acting. Okay, now all of a sudden, it seems like our success rate with steel has gotten dramatically better. So maybe your entire party's luck does affect it. Well, I guess now we know. Or we know the common steel anyway, but again, I don't really feel like sticking around to find out what the rare steel is. We'll give him, we'll We'll give him Fire Ward. And then we'll give Gallows a point toward Light Ward. And I think we're good to go. Really? What is with this dungeon and people getting caught alone? See, I would use the summon, but... they're strong against the elemental damage from Jet's summon. Well, Jet will have this solved before everyone else even gets here at this rate. Nope. Well, whatever. It's about time. He must have had a lot to say. Maya, you... Well, now it's our turn to settle it. We have no reason to fight. This isn't the time or place. Whoa, what's this for? That is the other half of my loot. I bet the only reason why you're here is because the supervisor of the excavation site asked you to stop us. As you know, we came here for the Agualite and the Germatron. But we only have the Germatron. Well, on the other hand, you now have the Agualite. Do you understand what I'm getting at? We both have a reason to fight. I love the look on Virginia's face right here. She's so confused. You catch on quick. That's what I like about you. You're sharp-witted, right after she told us that we were an incurable fool. But Maya, sure are slow to catch fire. Like I said earlier, if you want to interfere in my business, you better be prepared to bring us down. And I will do the same by crushing you to the ground, no holds barred. Oh no, not comic book powers again. Today I am the fighting artist. Oh dear. I appreciate that they have separate artwork for this, but based off the famous literary novel The Plot to Kill. Oh man. Oh, not really, Stark Realm, no. Oh yeah, good job, Todd. Waste your turn healing. Alright. Fire gem on Todd. Gatling on probably Todd, actually. We should wear him down quickly if we can. Swarm on Todd. And Gatling on Todd. And instead he heals Alfred. I don't think the AI in this game is programmed very intelligently at all. There goes Todd. You took out Todd, not bad, but once I defeat you, we'll know for sure who's the strongest. Well, Alfred's dead. Dragonab in this game, it appears to be just a sequence of branches or standalone possibilities. Oh no, Maya just gave Gallows more attack power. There goes Shady. Later, Maya. I've been defeated. Ah, this is so humiliating. This wasn't supposed to happen. Oh, and I wasted the opportunity for more experience. Oh, well. Ugh. Oh, and now it's acting like we actually broke a sweat. Why do we have to fight like this? There's no particular reason, but if I had to give one... It's because I love gems. I told you before, remember? I don't want to lie to myself about what I love most. Dragonab, in the Souls games, the way that the boss's actions are determined is based on some fairly complex AI compared to what we're working with here. The moves the bosses use are determined mostly by where the player is standing relative to the boss. And also, there are some bosses in the Souls games, especially the later Souls games, that will straight up read player inputs and respond to them with predetermined actions. I can fight and risk my life over anything that sparkles. Gems are my personal reward for doing my best and working hard. You've gotten stronger. Much stronger than the first time we met. Oh, look at this. Even separate character art of Maya extending her hand to help Virginia up. I had to in order to make it this far. Just like you, I was doing my best and working my hardest. This time you win, so this belongs to you. But don't misunderstand me. You have my respect, but that doesn't mean we're a team. Next time we meet, I'll show you a stronger me. Don't forget that. Maya, okay, well, when that time comes, I too will be stronger than I am now. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The energy crystals, Agrolite and Germatron, are made of opposite properties. Whatever you do, make sure the two crystals don't come in contact with each other, or else this ruin is gonna go kaboom. Oh, Virginia. Run for it! Poor Maya, she went to the trouble to procure these gems, and then we earned it fair and square, and then Virginia ruined everything. Well, at the very least, nobody is going to get their hands on these things. Well, there are a lot of condition checks, Dragon Ab, but in terms of AI, like where the enemies move or occasionally throw out an attack, that stuff isn't necessarily determined exclusively by condition checks. Although condition checks factor very heavily into the AI in the Souls games. But certain bosses and enemies will also just throw out random actions from time to time that are not necessarily based on a table in particular. Hey, look, we made it. Let me see if I have this straight. Yeah, explaining this to Lamium is going to be a little bit awkward, isn't it? You successfully protected the Agrolite and Germatron from falling into the wrong hands, but due to your mishap you caused an explosion. And the intruders were able to make their escape during the chaos, is that correct? Yes, that's exactly what happened. Well, the workers were safely evacuated and there were no reported injuries, so let's overlook this incident, shall we? Thank you very much. Regarding your reward, taking into consideration the damage we've incurred, the balance is 0. Do you object? As long as you overlook what happened, that's fine. We're really sorry. Please be at ease. I've taken a liking to your team. You are all faithful, trustworthy, and foremost, you've been schnoofing caffeine. An ideal team of drifters. We are? Yes. I believe I mentioned to you before that I, too, used to be a drifter before starting this order. That was a good 10 years ago. Being the stubborn man that I am, I could not team up with anyone. That is why I have much admiration for your team. Of course, I continued my adventures alone. I still remember how tough and lonely it was to work as a lone drifter. Then one day I became lost during my adventure, and for many days I was hovering between life and death. I had lost all sense of time or day, and in an unconscious stupor, I found myself in front of a large tree. But looking back now, that probably was not a big tree. This was where I came into contact with various artifacts, sources of past wisdom, and many documentary records. These are what helped me found this order. But above all, this was the very first place the saint guided me to. Oh, forgive me, I seem to have gone off on a tangent. Not at all, we were just amazed at your story. A very interesting story indeed. If you don't mind, please continue. I do not mind, but that is basically the end of the story. So then how'd you find your way back? After being blessed with the artifacts and knowledge, I was found semi-conscious in a village called Boot Hill. Boot Hill, that's my hometown. To this day, I haven't the slightest idea why I was found in that village. Apparently, I was found lying unconscious by the foot of the entrance. Thanks to the friendly villagers who nursed me back to health, I soon left the village in search of the ruins. Yes, it was the excavation of this very Ark of Destiny. After that, I gave up on being a drifter, and guided by the saint, I started this order. The rest is history. I have to think that Werner probably found him and brought him to Boot Hill. The crucial turning point to your story seems a little too vague. So where is this big tree that you were supposedly guided to? As far as I know, such a place doesn't exist. That I do not know. Everything was enveloped in mist, obscured and blurred. But there is one thing I do remember. That place where the saint guided me and where I gained the artifacts and wisdom was a world of green and blue. That was the impression I got. It pains me not knowing what it means or signifies. A world of green and blue. Sounds almost like a dream. Wait, was it a dream? But one thing for certain is that this incident was reality. As you can see, I have excavated the immigrant ship and am leading this order as we speak. Hello, Engel, welcome! So, that is the basic account of my story. Forgive me for rambling on as I did. Not at all. Information about the ruins and artifacts is valuable to drifters. I'm glad you understand. Oh, and one more thing. I will grant you access to the Order's library for your perusal. It houses much information about ruins and artifacts. I hope you find it useful. Thank you very much. We should be on our way. Filgaia is impoverished, but there are parts of the world where greenery can still be seen. Like Clybourne, found on the center of the map, and Boot Hill heading east by ship. And there is this one forest, head southwest from this island past the dunes. The land around this area is not at all fertile, but for some reason there is a forest there. Over the Sea of Sand spreads the Sea of Wind, and over the Sea of Wind spreads the Sea of Stars. And beyond the Sea of Stars lies the ideal world. That is what Lamium preaches. I'm pretty sure it's actually the opposite. Beyond the Sea of Stars lies probably a completely burnt-out husk of a planet that humanity emigrated here from. Every morning after I wake up from my dream, I always ask, where did this dream come from? Even so, I haven't the slightest desire to know more about the saint. Perhaps deep down I'm afraid of losing her. Well, maybe your lack of curiosity is the problem. Could it be from a distant memory, or someone trying to tell me something? One thing is for certain, my dreams do come true. Where is everyone? Ah. Far east of this island is a village called Boot Hill, where they grow quality wheat. But ever since the trade ships stopped traversing the dunes, wheat is hard to come by. It's a really nice village. Just head northeast from the beach you land on. Good night, Ryken. Rest well. Take care of yourself.
Here you will find many rare and unusual books. The value of a book is determined by whether it was useful to the reader. Please read at your pleasure.
Doctrine of the Ark of Destiny. This is a religious order, the Ark of Destiny. It's existed for 10 years. Once again, that magic number, 10 years. Pursue a future, doesn't look to intangible spirits, live your life to the fullest, play lots of video games. Blazing a trail to the future. Ark of Destiny challenges us to find the path of living. We consider what we live for in Filgaia. We gotta grow strong, and please pray for us. We attribute this to the roots of Lamium, who is a drifter. He discovered stuff about supporting life, and we must take powers of responsible for raging wasteland stuff. Ship's Graveyard. This is an important one. The friction of sand, combined with menacing monsters, has sent countless ships and the people on them to a sandy grave. Indeed, the crossing of dunes is something that comes with a great deal of risk. This leads us to the reason why we, the Order of the Ark of Destiny, constructed our temple complex here on Yard Isle. This region used to be ignominiously known as the ship's graveyard due to the high number of wrecked hulls that washed ashore. But one day, the island's history charted a new course when a drifter discovered a new ship in the wreckage. You see, the ship he found was one of the kind that our distant ancestors referred to as a soaring ship. With this crystal of ancient wisdom at his fingertips, he set off on a mission to save the planet. That drifter was Lamium 10 years ago, and the soaring ship is the one right now that we're standing in. Yup. Hey, this is a members list of the Council of Seven. The Yggdrasil project, which began approximately 100 years ago, was a project of planetary proportions. It says here the Council of Seven was replaced a number of times over the course of 100 years. Let's just cut to the chase. Who were the last 7 council members? Here it is, 10 years ago. Lee Halt Allcast, which was supposed to be Richard Allcast, Werner Maxwell, Pete Incapilia, Elliot Enduro, Malik Benedict, Melody Valenti, and Duran Bryant. So my father was a part of the Council of Seven, and also, yeah, Lee Halt, Malik, and Melody. Now we know for sure that the prophets were part of the council, and the photo is a picture of the Council of Seven. So the prophets used their technology to maintain or recreate their appearance of 10 years ago. I now know that my father belonged to the Council of Seven. Let's go back to Boot Hill to look for more clues. From here, Boot Hill would be on the Eastern Plains region. It's near a beach to the northeast. Elliot Enduro, a member of the Council of Seven. He has the same last name as mine. Is that just a coincidence? What's the matter? Your stomach hurt? Whatever, I'm not a kid. We know where we're going next, so let's just get moving. This place makes me uncomfortable. Seven Geniuses of the Council. This term, Environmental Alteration Team. Werner, Richard, and Melody. These members will be responsible for researching ways to use the ley line energy effectively. Life Creation Team, Pete Incapilia, Elliot Enduro, and Malik Benedict. Let's remember that Elliot Enduro was on the Life Creation Team, as was Pete Incapilia. These members will be responsible for researching the ley line structure in order to revive the planet's life force. Maintenance Controller, Duran Bryant. He will be responsible for maintaining the facility and its machinery. Remember his role as well, because his is important. We hope that these 7 geniuses of the Council of Seven will restore Filgaia back to its verdure. The rainbow to tomorrow. 7 experts specializing in science, magic, and various other fields. At times they were referred to as the Rainbow. They were the Council of Seven, which researched ways to rejuvenate Filgaia over many decades. This research first began when the first group of 7 came into contact with the information library Hyades left behind by the demons. The members of the Council were interchanged depending on the direction of the research or with changes of the time. Many different phenomena were solved due to their work. The countless hours and efforts put in by these specialists to analyze Hyades is finally about to pay off. The environmental rejuvenation, planetary energy production, and supply, all of this was a vision every council member shared. The 7 colors of the rainbow will soon change into a single ray of hope. Legend of the Evil Serpent, sealed by magic. Let's just save the game. Nidhogg is a greedy evil serpent. It heads to the grove with its jaws wide open looking for prey. Nidhogg is a greedy evil serpent. Darker than the night, its jaws belong to 2 heads acting as one. Nidhogg is a greedy evil serpent. 2 giants wield their sword to exterminate the evil serpent. One of the giants heads to the forest with good intentions. One of the giants heads to the forest with evil intentions. However, neither of the 2 giants knew there were now 2 Nidhoggs. By knowing there are 2 Nidhoggs, one can infiltrate the core. Nidhoggs are greedy evil serpents. They head to the grove with their jaws wide open looking for prey. These 2 giants were never to be seen again. The Saint's guidance. Most of the excavation sites operated by the Ark of Destiny are ordered by the founder Lamium himself. The founder possesses a special ability through which he can locate excavation points. It's not his personal ability, but a form of divine revelation. He claims that a girl appears in his dreams, informing him of the locations of undiscovered ruins. This goes against the Order's principle of reality over ideals in terms of taking action. The fact of the matter is, many rare artifacts have been excavated as a direct result of the Founder's dreams. Could this simply be explained as a miracle? What does this saint, the girl that appears in his dreams, wish to entrust us with? And where does she wish to lead us? If the saint wishes to guide us to the future, let us walk there on our own 2 feet. That is the way of the Order's doctrine. Evil corpses. The demons from folklore may have physically disappeared from the planet, but their malice is said to live on within the earth, devouring the planet. This demon's threat is said to exist in the form of shields. Some even theorize that these shields are actually transformed demon corpses. Once these shields are activated, they are said to devour any surrounding life forms and transfigure their bodily structure. It is believed that the monsters that roam Filgaia today are the direct result of these shields, which affected life forms during the Great War. If these shields still exist today, they may bring about a new threat. Even after 1,000 years, are we still unable to escape the threat of the evil corpses? Oh, and we can't get up top. Because I think there needs to be a ladder built there, which will happen later. Alright, well, whoops. Let's head out then. Well, Trigger, and it's late. Lots of people are either in bed or lurking. I think southeast. Yes, because there's the beach. And where is the Gob's hideout? I think that was over here. Yes, okay. Because I believe there's some additional stuff we can do here now that we have a little bit more to work with. Well, Plus on Black, you can get it on PSN for the PS4 if you want. Oh, right, here. Oh, I think actually we need to... No? Nope. Okay, I guess we can't get in here yet. I think we need... I think we need another... Oh, wait a minute, no. We don't. Ah, you're working on a business plan, Triggerin. Very cool. Okay. Device is keeping the door shut. I don't remember what to do here. I want to say it has something to do with the candles, but... Oh, right, and we need the... Whoops. We need the jump boots, is what we need. Bloody hell. Caution, unstable footing ahead. Tread lightly and watch your step. Okay, right, that's there. Birds of passage. Those who come and go. Till the sun sets. Lodolinsky's tip for reloading. Okay, those are ones we've read already. Okay, I guess we have to come back when we have the jump boots. Oh, I'm pretty sure it's here. Yup. Because there are always these little patches on the ground where the towns are located. Hey, look, it's a Boot Hill. It's good to have you back. We were all worried about you. Everyone in the village cares about you very much. Don't forget about that. Have you been to the Cape? There's a big giant statue nearby. Leave the village towards South Farm Station and keep going. I go there sometimes on a nice day with a book in hand. Head east from here and you'll come to a station along the railroad tracks. South Farm Station takes you to both Midland and Westwood, so it's really convenient. It's a statue of a giant wielding a sword on his way to slay the evil serpent Nidhogg. I hear there's another statue just like it near a crime-ridden town. This is the hometown of a man who saved my life. I wanted to see him again to thank him, but it looks like he doesn't live here anymore. Wonder who that could have been. Way back when I first started peddling, I was chased by a pack of dogs. Just when I thought I was about to become dog food, a man fired some shots and chased the dogs away. Today is May 21st, Religion Day. It's probably because it's Religion Day, but I felt I was being watched while sleeping, so I woke up and flipped on the radio. Only to hear commercials sponsored by the Ark of Destiny. What a nightmare! Her quotes are pretty good, and there's actually a full list of 365 of them, if I remember correctly. The way she works is that she has a different quote for each day, like each real-life day. Alright. I don't remember the layout of this village very well, but... Hello, Captain Tuna! Welcome! Good morning! Dune Canyon catches your eye. Steer your ship north of the cape where the giant statue stands and you'll come to a strait that connects the inland sea and the open seaway. This is also the hunting ground of the monster Balal Koh-Naga, where many vessels and sandcraft meet disaster. Well, not anymore. Balal Koh-Naga used to lurk south of Little Twister near sunken reefs, but in recent years it followed its prey to this strait and made this area its new home. This ferocious monster has shut down scores of trade routes and has taken the lives of hundreds of sailors. Somebody must do something so the people can get on with their lives. Well, what can I say except, you're welcome. The human brain does not make use of its full potential. There is another world that can still be tapped from the brain. It is possible to study how the brain works through electric signals. The brain is a sea of electric signals where thoughts, memories, and dreams are all merely electric signals reacting. There have been many extreme cases where the memory media of information possesses a structure similar to the memory storage area of the brain. Therefore, it can be said that dreams are electrical signals connecting to the brain, just like projecting an image on a screen. Perhaps with further research, it may become possible for the brain to act as the media itself, receiving signals from other external sources. Developing this other world of the brain has just begun. I believe this may open up infinite possibilities. Oh, I guess there's nothing in here. I think there should be a weapon shop around here somewhere, though. Hey, nice excuse you made up to leave the village! Look at this suave bastard here. He looks like he's one of the Baskers. So, how'd the outside world treat you? Pretty exciting? I should have left too, huh? Contemplating stuff isn't gonna change the world. But why is everyone so caught up with this and that? We should all just take it easy. Where is the arms shop? I'm pretty sure this is Virginia's house. And I think if we go around here... Yes. Oh, a Gimmel coin. Eh. Well, let's find the arms shop first. There we go. Ooh, another Gimmel coin. Okay. Wish I could quite read what that sign says, but... That day when the demi-humans invaded our village, I was away on personal business. I just want to make it clear to you and everyone that I was not hiding in fear behind the counter. Man, this guy... I really don't want any rumors about me spreading around the village. A few years ago, I helped a guy who was on the verge of death just outside this village. Funny thing is, I had a strange dream the night before. Oh, he's the one who helped Lamium. A long-haired man was lying on the ground, and this dream was in full color. So the next day, out of curiosity, I went to that spot where the man appeared in my dreams, and lo and behold, there he was. I can still remember exactly how I found him. Don't ask me why he was there. All I can say is he just appeared in my dream. All right. Oh, actually, I see something up in the tree. Come on. Ah, but it's a heelberry. Yes, Captain Tuna, I did. So we shouldn't have that problem anymore from now on. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, Tuna. I appreciate that somebody said something. Because I never would have thought to check. A stagnant world. Today is just like any other day. Sandstorms paint the sky yellow while the dry wind blows endlessly. It was like this yesterday, a week ago, a month ago, a year ago. Nothing has changed. It's a world I'm used to, but why is there apprehension in my heart? Why do I feel there's something wrong with this unchanging world? This world before us, is this the Filgaia we know? I don't know. No one knows. No one can straight out deny or confirm it. As far as I know, this is the way the world is, but maybe this world was changed without me knowing it. They say the barren wasteland is the result of the Great War, but something inside me tells me we shouldn't settle for that answer. Maybe we shouldn't. I've been farming for 30 years now, but over the past decade, the harvests have dwindled. Did something happen 10 years ago that could damage the quality of the soil? So you just show up without dropping us a line, eh? How can you be so inconsiderate, or are all drifters like that? Yep, typical angry old man. Not happy to see us. Just looking for an excuse to be mad. Uncle Tesla, Aunt Shantae, I'm home. Oh, Virginia, thank goodness you're safe. Are you hurt? I have countless numbers of nicks and bruises, but all in all, I'm fine. I'm still living it up as a drifter. So you're still following the drifter's path. That's good to know. Although this might worry your aunt even more. Oh, please, dear. Let me introduce to you my traveling companions. The main reason I came home today was because there's something I wanted to find out about Daddy. My brother Werner? I saw Daddy. He's alive. I threw out most of your father's belongings thinking he was dead. All that's left is this notebook he used to carry around. May I have a look? By all means, much of it I do not understand. Ah, very good, Captain Tuna. I hope you have a good day. None of his notes tell us anything new. What? What is it? There is some new information here about the Yggdrasil project. The Yggdrasil system plays a major role within the Yggdrasil project. This system was responsible for promoting environmental life energy at an explosive rate. The planetary energy produced from this system was to be distributed to the entire planet through microscopic machine colonies. Literally nanomachines. What does that mean, microscopic machine colonies? Forget it. Go on. The Yggdrasil system works the exact opposite of a regular tree. Instead of taking in nutrients from the soil as normal trees would, the Yggdrasil system was supplying the ground with nutrients in order to promote the revitalization of the planet. I see, hence the name Yggdrasil system. It was inevitable, Triggerin. Can you explain that in words we can understand? Yeah, but here, Blurry Shark, it's nanomachines inside the planet itself. Yggdrasil is a name that appears in ancient mythology or folklore as we know it. It is a large tree located in the center of the world, said to create and protect the world. Oh, really? Just straight up Norse mythology. At the foot of Yggdrasil are deep forests and blue lakes as far as you can see. Hey, wait a minute. The Yggdrasil is a big tree with deep forests and crystal blue lakes surrounding it? That's just like what the head honcho at the Ark of Destiny said. Then that Yggdrasil from folklore actually exists? I mean, the Yggdrasil system that Daddy was involved in must be out there somewhere. Thanks, Uncle Tesla. I knew I'd find out something if I came back home. Yes, Blurry Shark, it is absolutely a Japanese game, but in a Western setting. Did you find an important lead? If the Yggdrasil system exists, then that's where I can find Daddy. I know I don't know for sure, and I might have said that on a whim, but I want to believe it's true. So we look for the Yggdrasil system, then. Of course, we are all with you on this. A system that can rejuvenate the planet. By looking into this, we may be able to track down the cause of Filgaia's decay. Thanks, everyone. I knew you guys were all coming along. After all, we're a team, right? So there we have it. We'll be outside getting ready. Virginia, assuming you find your father, what will you do then? I don't know. I don't know what I want to do or what will come of it. I had a chance to talk to him, but I got all confused and flustered and I just said the opposite of how I felt at the time. It's not about what I expect or want to happen after I find him. I just want to see him and talk to him. There's so much I want to talk to him about. And after we talk, then we'll decide what to do. I understand. Fly to where your heart leads you. You're not a little girl anymore. No matter what happens, I believe you've got the strength to accept it. Now take to the sky. Thanks, Uncle Tesla. But even though I'm not a little girl anymore and I'm all grown up, can I still come back here? I love both of you very much, and this house, this village, everyone. I can still come back, right? Of course. You'll always be our little girl. Don't worry about not having a place to come home to. Just hold your head high and continue forward, that's all. I'd better be on my way. Whatever it is you undertake, do your best and see it through to the end. We'll always be here for you. This village must have been too small for you to spread your wings. I'm happy to see you're doing well. Oh, everybody else has left the party. An old grandfather clock. The polished wood surface gives off a solid, imposing sparkle. I remember when Daddy used to lift me up so I could wind up the clock. And we can't take the berry. Roykman and Company's travel route. Thank you for your continued patronage. Listed below is my travel route for this fiscal year. Little Rock, Basker Colony, Boot Hill, Humphreys Peak, Clybourne, Bollock Rise, Jolly Roger, Laxus Land, Little Twister, and finally Gunner's Heaven. Please be advised that I may be traveling back and forth from the following 6 locations. Okay. Okay, Triggerin, good night. Take care. Have a good one. Virginia's furniture is made from bright, high-quality material. I feel as if I'm the last piece of the puzzle. I'm gonna miss this place. Giants that don't get along catches your eye. A long time ago, the evil serpent Nidhogg lived by the foot of Yggdrasil. 2 giants who didn't get along decided to exterminate this serpent on their own, and each began their journey from 2 separate directions. Each giant had different reasons for wanting to kill the serpent. The first giant wanted to take the reward all for himself, while the other giant wanted to do the deed for the people. Little did the 2 giants know that Nidhogg had 2 heads that worked very well together. So the 2 giants ended up inside the serpent's stomach, regretting not cooperating with each other. I have to say, Virginia does have a very nice room. I want to say there was something special we could do on the balcony, but I don't remember what it was. Okay, Lord Louise, have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping by. Take care. Did you say your goodbyes? Yeah, kinda. I think I feel better than the last time I left, though. I was a little nervous about returning home, but I'm fine. Hey, don't worry about us. If you want to take your time, go ahead. Thanks, but I'm itching to get moving. Let's be on our way. Oh, a name tag. And I think... a tombstone belonging to Virginia's mother, Ekaterina. Mom's favorite flowers. I see them offered here sometimes. Oh, only Virginia has dialogue for that. Tombstone covered in moss. The person buried underneath must be one of the founders of the village. I wonder what kind of hopes and aspirations he had for this village. Kind of a shame you can't push one of these graves aside like in Legend of Zelda and there's a dungeon underneath. Alright, I think that's it then. What time is it, Mr. Wolf? Oh, hey, that's a reference to a game that kids used to play in my town. Look who it is. Janus Cascade, what are you doing in my village? Oh, so this is your hometown, huh? I had no idea. I needed to take care of some business, so I just followed you here. Come to think of it, this is a really nice place. And we just saw that mysterious girl here. Hey, Princess, I wonder what it'll sound like when such a nice town like this is completely flattened. What are you planning to do? I will defend this village with my life, so if you lay one finger on... Hey, ease up, princess. I have absolutely no intention of duking it out with you. So why did you follow me here? Oh, I just came to gather some info, that's all. Say, wouldn't you like to know what we're doing next? Careful, this is probably a... Yes, a trap. But even if it is, you'd still try to stop us. No? What are you planning? We're headed to the last pillar point, or guardian shrine as you call it, to extract life energy. You still haven't learned your lesson from last time, huh? I guess not. The guardian energy is too good to pass up. It gives the body plenty of zip. They, are planning to create something with this guardian energy. I don't know if it has something to do with that evolution they're always ranting about, but I'm pretty sure it goes against your pristine morals as defender of justice or whatever. So you better stop them, princess. Fine, we'll take care of them. That's a spirit. Defenders of justice have to step up to the plate when the whole world is about to fall into crisis, right? Wait. Why are you telling us this? Oh, did I forget to tell you? It's a trap! Where's the last guardian shrine? Sorry, but for a guy like me who hasn't kept up with his studies, I have no idea, but I'm sure Granny would know. Looks like we have to rely on her again. Okay, Basker Colony it is. We gotta do all we can to protect the last guardian. I never was the sharpest tool in the shed, but I'm smart enough to know this has gone too far. I'm not gonna let them get away with this. For all the pain and suffering they put the Guardians through, I'll make them suffer 1,000 times more. And now we have a nice, handy little way that we can get back to... Oh, blast it. And you know what? I forgot. I forgot we were supposed to go locate South Farm Station. Freaking whoops. Pretty sure there's something here too, but... This is the station. And I think around here is the statue. Somewhere? There we are. The red glare of the giant statue stretches beyond, pointing toward the place where Nidhogg lies. And I believe it's on that peninsula... just to the left of the center of the map there, where this line crosses over the... the land. I'm so proud of Tony. Aren't many youngsters who work as hard as he does and still manage to get along with us old-timers. Yeah, because this guy totally doesn't look exactly the same age as all the other train attendants. Well... No sense in spending money on train fare. So, back to Basker Colony we go. And actually, it will have been long enough that we should be able to go harvest our nom-noms from the garden as well. Alright. Yes, indeed. So now, we will sow some tiny flowers. All right. And now off to Basker Colony. Those who say it's always a joy to meet people on the road aren't always right, but there's nothing wrong in hoping to meet new acquaintances. As long as the power of our consciousness remains, the Guardian shall live on. That is faith. We transfer our strength of belief into reality. That is how we live as Baskers. Our lives are steeped in ritual and prayer. Our prayers signify our respect for the Guardians. They strengthen them and help reinvigorate the planet's life force. I have more nightmares recently, but I always feel better when I remember the stories you tell me, so please come back and say hello once in a while. Granny misses you too. Okay, I've been saving this one for a time like this. This team of drifters under a young lady with shady ties is bent on following us all over the place for some reason. She's quite a number. She can take the form of characters of books she's read, and can use their powers just like the books. Her magic even rivals our own. You know, Filgaia is full of incredible people. You are just like your grandmother. I will not pry into your plans, but I will pray for your success. You have the same look on your face when you're plotting something. Well, such is family, I suppose. They say she was quite a shrew in her younger days. Infinitum is a shrine dedicated to the Guardian of Time, Dan Dyram. The Guardians do more than preside over things that we can touch and see. They exist in things invisible and abstract, inside the minds of men. The Guardian of Time appears before us as a black cat. The childish form, it assumes, should be considered a kind of warning. Mankind has forgotten the cat, enthralled by its fur that slips away into the night, in spite of the fact that its watchful eyes are always upon us. Well, that's ominous. Headwinds try their darndest to get in your face and stop you, but you gotta beat them back with your drifter's wings. If people really had wings, why, we'd fly high to places we can only dream of. Maybe that's why we call them drifters, because they can go places and see things most people will never see. Shane is the kind of kid who'll hold back his tears no matter how tough it is. That's why you gotta watch over him. Remember when he went out to play with you in spite of a fever? He laughed and played with you till he fell over from exhaustion. I don't think that's a good thing. It means his self-esteem is so low that he thinks his own priorities come last. But the more I tell him that, the less he'd listen to me. You remember the stories we used to hear when we were kids about the giants who went off to slay Nidhogg? Yeah, the one where we used to pretend we were the giants killing dragons. I heard that statues of the giants still stand in places all over Filgaia. I remember seeing one far, far south of here in the middle of a wheat field. Well, we found that one, but I don't think we have the information we need on the one near Little Twister. The Guardian of Time possesses great power. Certain instruments scattered across Filgaia operate on a principle that distorts the space-time continuum. It is the job of the Guardian of Time to eradicate the distortions, which are side effects of those instruments. Oh, where is she? Oh, she must be at the, at the shrine. Actually, I think this is where we get a really funny event. Where we get to see some goofy character art of Gallo's grandma. Hey, you in here, Granny? Your cutesy-wootsy grandson is home. You could at least come out and greet me. Wyatt, you of all people should know how sacred this place is. Okay, but more importantly, how many Guardian Shrines are there, and where exactly is the last Guardian Shrine? I see, so the last Guardian Shrine is in danger. Our predecessors speak of 5 Guardian Shrines on Filgaia. One is the Unified Sanctuary to the south, not too far from Basker, called the Fallen Sanctuary. Lunatic Garden, home of the Dark Guardian. Glimmering Emblem, home of the Light Guardian. Fortune Gear, home of the Luck Guardian, is the 4th. And the last shrine belongs to Dan Dyram, the Guardian of Time. It is called Infinitum. So where is this Infina-whatever? Settle down and listen well. Everything in this world moves forward according to the cog the cat spins, only to succumb to the fate of falling down. Falling down? I think they mean dying. If you listen closely to the cat and the cog, the sound is that of paradise. Well? Well, what? What the heck does it mean? You never cease to amaze me with your lack of knowledge. This verse states that the Shrine of the Time Guardian, Infinitum, is located west of here. Furthermore, we don't need any other explanation, Granny, thanks. You heard the old lady, let's get moving, we gotta beat him to it. Halt! I don't know what your hurry is, but a rush job may go sour. Aw, come on, Granny, I don't have time for your lectures. Even though my worthless grandchild returns safely... What is it, Granny? You're doing better than I expected. I was worried you might give up with your sad excuses. Ah, Granny, you're the one who laid the tracks so that I'd make it this far. How can you have the cheek to say that? Yes, that may have been the case. You were riding the tracks of my hidden agenda, but only in the beginning. Unexpected incidents happened, and you were even derailed. But right now, you are riding the tracks that you yourself have laid, traversing the wasteland by your will. No one knows what will happen next. That is why you must be true to yourself and make your own decisions until the very end. That is what you've been seeking all along, isn't it? Captain Tuna, we are probably about a third of the way through the game right now. I don't know. Is that supposed to mean I should come to accept my lineage and destiny? Maybe, maybe not. I do not have an answer to that. Hey, that's not fair. Your lineage and destiny as a Basker, the freedom you speak of? Weigh these two on a scale and come up with your own answer. The freedom I have granted you allows you to make your own decisions. So the ball's in my court now. Ah, whatever. This will be the last of this burden. You're not considering something stupid along the lines of we all die together or die a martyr, are you? Spend the night at the colony tonight. You need to cool off that hot head of yours. Wow, Gallows. Never occurred to me that he was contemplating something like that, but... My lineage and my destiny, huh? I'm well rested, but we still have lost a full day. We should hurry. Don't worry about it. After you guys fell asleep, Granny and I came up with a plan. We'll use that to show them up. But a plan is just a plan, and we are up against Janus and the Prophets. What exactly are we planning to do? Oh, it's awesome. Here's what we do. What? You're not still half asleep, are you? Is this plan even feasible? I don't know, but I do have faith in it, and I want you guys to believe too. Okay, this'll work if we all do our part, but most of the burden will be on you. It's all good. We have the trump card right here. My lineage and my destiny, they should do the trick. So the game doesn't want us to know the plan, and actually, this is a really interesting situation because it's exactly the opposite of what JRPGs almost always do. JRPGs almost always give the player a stupid amount of foreshadowing to the point where there's nothing left for you to speculate about, and you know what's going to happen a long way out, but the main characters are oblivious. What's going on here is the protagonists know what's going on. They've got a really cool plan that they've gone out of their way not to share with the player. According to the legends, there was a dragon who lorded over the last field of vegetation left on Filgaia. Two giants went to face the beast. In time, statues of the giants were constructed to honor their heroic deeds, even though they were idiots and they lost. The serpent's name was Nidhogg. It had two tremendous heads, and he lurked near the foot of the world tree, Yggdrasil. The legend ends when the two giants rise up in arms to face the beast. Even now, statues of sword-wielding giants are found all over Filgaia, honoring their valor. Oh, okay. As long as the power of our consciousness remains, the Guardian shall live on. Oh, okay, this is, I think, just the same dialogue. And Shane's dialogue is the same. Yeah, Izaku, I do too. It's a nice change of pace from the usual JRPG trope of everybody knowing what's going on except the player. Alright, now... let's see what we're working with here. We've gone 8 hours again. Well, with that being the case, I think it's probably a good time for us to raid somebody, because I am getting hungry, and I do need to go get some sleep eventually. So what we're going to do is, he was in here a little bit earlier, and he is now streaming Mass Effect. So let's go raid the Doctor, because he is working very hard to get his Twitch channel off the ground, and he would really appreciate a little bit of support. So let's go make his evening and give him something to really smile about. And I, with a little bit of luck, will be able to stream again hopefully tomorrow, or maybe the following day. I might have to do some cooking tomorrow. I've got some ingredients I've got to use up. But one way or the other, thank you all so much for joining me, and I look forward to seeing all of you pretty soon. Take care, everyone.